Hi, friends. Host Dirk here. Host Talking with Famous People. And the thing that may make me more angry than anything of all I encountered tonight as per my recently released short video called Lijo's Hateful Commenters, I find it very frustrating and a very worthwhile and noble fight to fight against. There are people who want to demonize drugs, and I am not suggesting that we should romanticize drug use. But drug use, like gambling, like shopping, like binging on TV, like eating, like just about everything else in life, is something about which each individual engages in temporal bargaining. With all of these indulgences, they're individuated to the person. So, one of the worst lies ever perpetrated was perpetrated by Narcotics Anonymous, and it says, if you're an addict, you're an addict. You can never have a healthy relationship with any intoxicant. Well, that's absolutely not true. This is non-alcoholic beer. Why is it non-alcoholic beer? Because I cannot have a healthy relationship with this substance, alcohol. Well, with this substance, I can. With alcohol, I cannot. But most importantly, what I read in those comments from Lijo's commenters was specifically that he didn't feel as though being stoned was a respectful way to deal with the world. As though being stoned, we're on trial here, and interacted with the world in some fashion that was respectful or disrespectful. Of course, what he really means is he doesn't like the idea that I go through life having recently smoked weed. He doesn't like that idea. He doesn't have any reason to think that it's disrespectful. Now, note that comment of his, that was disrespectful to me and every other person who smokes weed. The other thing is, people think, well, it's disrespectful because you're doing it in public. That's why I'm doing it in public. Because I'm trying to normalize this behavior. I'm sick and tired of perfectly justifiable behavior that is not morally impermissible at all, and that can be done in a healthy fashion or in an unhealthy fashion, being universally pathologized. Most of these kind of things we have a proper relationship with. We understand gambling is not necessarily a good thing. It's a vice, so to speak, but not everybody has a problem with it. Lots of people don't have a problem with it. We all understand that alcohol is not necessarily a good thing, but we also recognize that lots of people don't have a problem with it. My mom never had any kind of problem with it. She'd occasionally have a glass of wine, enjoy it, never had any problem with it. Same thing with sex. Most people, sex isn't a problem in their life because most people are in regular monogamous relationships, having sex with the same person regularly, not cheating, or at least a sizable percentage of people are. But for other people, sex is a problem in their life. They're cheating and or they're sleeping with prostitutes and or whatever. They're watching porn for 12 hours at a time or something like that. So just because it's plausible for somebody to have a negative relationship with a given substance, behavior, or whatever is not a reason to condemn a person who has a behavior with that substance, behavior, whatever, because it's also possible to have a healthy relationship with it. Now, there are some things that it's very difficult to have a healthy relationship with. If I were injecting myself with heroin on the live stream, you would be correct to say that's not healthy. And that's not indicative of a person who's well emotionally, spiritually, etc. Okay. But what I would point out about this stuff, the stuff that I do, smoking weed on camera, and I'm going to do this just as a big middle finger. Oh my God, John O'Neill. I have never heard such rank bullshit. First of all, what most people call addictions are not addictions, okay? The only thing I've ever been addicted to are cigarettes. Nobody really critiques my cigarette addiction. Why do I immediately react? Well, so if I were to splash Tabasco sauce in your eye, you'd immediately react, Sean O'Neill, because physically you'd feel this deep pain, right, in your eye. Well, I'm that quick metaphysically. I saw the insane wrongness of what you said, and it made me want to vomit. So I naturally responded quickly because I said, "Oh my God, what an offensive and horrible wrongness." Stop trying to pathologize people who do drugs and alcohol. If they have a problem with it, let them deal with it on their own terms. I can tell you, I was an alcoholic for a lot of years, and a shit ton of people put a lot of effort into trying to control my drinking one way or another. But that's not true of addicts. Addiction is not about not wanting to be present in your life because your life is too painful a place to be. That's simply not the case. It's an absolute falsehood that is generally perpetrated by FI people as a way of projecting their own frame on other people. That certainly has nothing to do with me doing drugs. I wanted to change my head when I was a little kid. I remember before I ever did any drugs in middle school, I was hyperventilating before I got up from my chair in class in order to get a head change. Note, it wasn't because I was in pain. I thought, ooh, this'll be fun and exciting change. So you could say maybe curiosity, boredom. You could say just an inherent need to shift things up in the brain. You were saying if you enjoy your life, then you're not an addict. Okay, well, but see, okay. I am addicted to cigarettes, though. See, that's not true either. I'm definitely addicted to cigarettes, and I enjoy my life. But if I go without them too long, I have physical withdrawal symptoms. I'm not addicted to weed, but there are times when I want it. There are times when I just smoke it out of habit, I'm kind of addicted to coffee, I guess. I do tend to get a headache, but I don't have any coffee. I did have some coffee today. Okay, so cigarettes don't count as an addiction because they don't have any impact on your mental state? Is that what you're saying? Because they do, Okay, well, look. The getting fucked up kind of addictions. I mean, people self-medicate for a variety of reasons. And one acceptable reason is because it's fun. Totally acceptable reason. As far as addiction, that's a separate issue. Addiction means specifically if you have physical withdrawal symptoms when you stop doing it. The only thing that I've ever had physical withdrawal symptoms when I stopped doing it that I can tell for sure is cigarettes. I was never physically addicted to alcohol. I certainly not physically addicted to weed, which I've had to stop smoking periodically, frequently enough, and just forget about. I am not physically addicted to my medication. I have at least a week off every month, and the physical symptoms of stopping Adderall are I get enough sleep finally, but that's not a withdrawal symptom from the drug. That's a body that's no longer being kept up, a body and a mind that's no longer being kept afloat artificially by the drug. So it's a little bit different. Nicotine is a stimulant, but the thing is, when you first start smoking cigarettes, way back in the day, in your very first cigarette, it gives you a full-on head rush, like Cameron says sometimes, because he occasionally smokes one of my cigarettes, so he doesn't get addicted to cigarettes, but that means when he does smoke one, he gets that heroin feeling, he calls it. I haven't gotten that in a long time, but yeah, it is true that it impacts your head. It impacts your head. Yeah, I have a food and water addiction too. I can get what again if you don't smoke for a few days? Oh yeah, but I don't. I mean, that's not my relationship with cigarettes, right? See, that's the thing. People have their own relationship with their own drugs, with their various drugs that they do, and it's not even necessarily a head changing thing. There's a lot of different ways to change your mood, your head, your attitude. The appeal of drugs is I don't have to do any real work. It just gets me high, right? But I think it's important to remember also that people's being becomes shaped by their ways of being over the years. So for me, we can't imagine that I'm a blank slate that has been smoking weed for 35 years and then compare me against a blank slate Eric that hasn't been smoking weed for 35 years and then say, now, if you never started smoking weed, would you like to start smoking weed now? No. Well, then you shouldn't smoke weed. Well, no, it doesn't work like that, right? Because that hypothetical is impossible. And my identity comprises at least somewhat the stuff I've done before, the habits I've built up, both good and bad. What does it mean to live well, to be optimal, to be actualized or whatever? It means to include even your bad habits, to make some room for even your bad habits, to live peacefully in your village of self. Everybody has such a village of self. Like they like the way they meow, but they wish they didn't meow. Are these people who are condemning me for smoking weed and saying it's a disrespectful way to deal with the world, are they self-evaluating their own way of dealing with the world and indicating in what fashion, what's required to make it a respectful way? Or are they simply saying, regardless of whatever else one's behavior is, if one smokes weed before they leave the house, no matter if nobody in the world knows it or not, you're disrespecting the world in some way? I mean, it's awfully presumptuous, don't you think? So naturally, it's the one subject that tends to get me really pissed off, because it's this. I say a lot of things. There's a lot of opportunities where maybe I make a social mistake, say something dumb. You might point to things I've confessed to as bad behavior I've done, maybe. I don't know, not really much there, but you could critique what I'm saying as far as the abstractions and say why it's wrong. You could even potentially try to do some sort of stupid motivational critique, like, well, Eric just wants attention. That's why he's so bombastic or something. But to say that because I smoke weed, I'll be dismissed is to be the most hateful and low-thinking kind of groupist. And we need to start treating people who say things like that as though they were flinging racial slurs in a hateful fashion, because that's real hate speech. As Taylor once said, the drug war is the single greatest holocaust of human rights violations that everyone's cool with. But we shouldn't forget that first part, right? The drug war and all these associated values that have been imposed onto people by a bunch of anti-drug education in school and stuff represent the worst of us, the absolute worst of us, and are the worst of our natures, the worst of our ability to reason, the worst of our recognition of the otherness and the equalness of individuals other than ourselves, you know? And you get the same feeling that's going to happen with COVID. Despite the disastrously bad effects of the drug war in the 80s, the disinformation campaigns, the lies, the scare tactics, despite the disastrously bad effects of those, which is to say, it just made more and more people interested in drugs, despite the disastrously bad failure that the drug war has been in terms of all the money spent and the actual impact on drug flow and drug use is unchanged. The human rights violations and the arrests, the no-knock warrants, the flash grenades and baby cribs, you can attribute it all to an unjustified use of force. In other words, people are not justified in condemning others because they do drugs. If the drugs make them do bad things, they'll get condemned for that. If because I'm a crack addict, I end up robbing a liquor store, I'll get arrested for that. You don't need to arrest me for being a crack addict, right? Well, we need to prevent that from happening. Okay, bullshit, bullshit. So where am I expressing dissatisfaction with my status quo? You say, I can be taught to use my endogenous cannabinoid system to your satisfaction. I don't know what that is, but do you believe that I'm currently dissatisfied with my usage of it? Well, it's not the myth of representative democracy. It's the bad argument of people who are trying to avoid accountability. Bring it back to the individuals. It was legal back then. We were just doing our job enforcing it. You could have voted differently. I didn't, but you're the one who actually engaged in the bad action. And you had the choice, the moral choice, time and again. You continually made the bad one with the evidence right in front of your face, the ability to parse it yourself. So don't try to avoid accountability by dumping it on me. Like that. Yeah, the war on drugs made society more violent. The harder they clamp down, the more violent the black market trade grows. It increased the militarization of the cops. It eroded the Fourth Amendment down to a farcical shadow of its former self. It's an absolute nightmare. And it's the sort of hate expressed by Ligeo's commenters that is underlying the capacity to treat us like non-humans. So, according to that guy, I'm not a human being. I don't need to be evaluated on my merits, whether I was saying smart things, whether I was funny, whether I was personable, whether I was boring, whether I was wrong, or I don't have to be evaluated on anything I said or did. Didn't matter how I performed in that show, because he knew from a previous instance that I smoked pot, he could treat me as less than human. Humans get to be given a chance to be evaluated on their merits. Non-humans don't. I don't care how good of a cow you are, you're still going to be made into hamburger. I mean, I definitely mostly am a fairly joyful person. Yeah. I want to know what it is you're trying to fix or change. Be straightforward. Just say exactly what you mean. Well, in that case, I was trying to be respectful, right? So, in fact, being stoned is not a disrespectful way to deal with the world. You might have said that it was disrespectful to lie Joe for me to pull bong rips on her video. I don't think it would be true because I'm at my house and doing my thing. Why should what I'm doing here be disrespectful to her? But regardless, the higher capacity of somebody to potentially make that argument is what prompted me to err on the side of caution and not pull bong rips on her channel as a show of respect. So this fucker is accusing me of being disrespectful to the world while he's disrespecting me and all good thinking and rationale in the process. Oh, what's the alternative to smoking weed? Are you suggesting a new strain? So what is it that you think weed does for me that this other thing is going to do the same thing for me? So in other words, if you were actually going to present an alternative, then you'd have to know exactly what role weed fills and how it helps me or serves me or why I smoke it. Correct? Because if I smoke it because I'm not getting enough tar in my diet, is your alternative going to help me save money? Cali's a lot more open-minded about it than other places. You never hear any of this anti-weed shit in California. Is that what I get out of it? That it relaxes my nervous system? I mean, I don't think it relaxes my nervous system. But maybe it does. I don't know. Well, I mean, I feel like I have a bit of a positive moral indication that I need to be the one who's brave, right? A lot of people say, I don't want to fight this fight because there are too many idiots out there who will just dismiss me completely without knowing anything about me just because I smoke weed. I don't smoke weed for stress, though. I'm not stressed. If I am stressed, I should be stressed because I'm stressed about something that deserves to be stressed about. I'm not inherently a stressed out person. I'm pretty chill, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I live pretty well. I mostly do what I want when I want. I smoke plenty of weed. That's a sign that I'm living healthy and well. And I drink plenty of coffee and eat plenty of fast food. I make lots of live streams. All these are signs that that maybe this is that everything's good. You know, that, oh, the status quo is perfect, basically. It's what Horace Mumbler says. Weed inhaling makes me feel like I just inhaled some weed. Nothing else quite seems to do that for some reason. And it's what it is. For me, it's like the thing I smoke between smoking cigarettes. It's also, you got to remember, it fits. How does it actually fit into my life? It actually fits into my life historically as something of a promise I made to myself when quitting drinking. I made some deals with myself. One of them was that I could smoke as much weed as I wanted. The thing is, there are a lot of people in the world who are best served to have an active role in managing their own head. One of the problems with SENI, especially low NI types, but not necessarily, could be higher up NI, I guess, is that there's this misconception that you need to be in the present more, that somehow emptying the monkey mind will help, that you're too overwhelmed with thoughts. You need to calm down and or empty your head, be in the moment in an NI sense of the word. Of course, that's just mindless cognitive function colonization. It's really it's unintentionally evil is what it is. Because, of course, as I expressed before, when I need to do those things, I know exactly what I need to do. When I really need to, okay, I need to chill out. I'm a little bit sprung up or something or whatever, or just not feeling like myself. I know exactly what I need to do. I go take a bath. I get into it when it's really hot. Right. And, that is the proper meditation regimen for an ENTP. Now, I'm not recommending that to non-ENTPs because I recognize the fact that I don't know exactly how the spiritual life of some other type is optimally manifest. Although I have a pretty good sense of how it is for my own. Oh, spite monkeys. Or idiots, one of the two. Or both. Spiteful idiots. What's ECS activation? Yeah, it is. It's the thing I smoke in between cigarettes. What's ECS activation? I mean, yes, it's true that worrying too much about the future or regretting too much about the past is an unhealthy manifestation of self. Because definitionally, it's because you put too much in there. So it's excessive. But that's not really saying much. Exactly. What Eucalyptus koala says here is exactly correct. Most of self-help stuff is just function bias projected as an ideal or as a recipe. How to stop wasting your life and be successful like me. Textbook ENTJ shit. What was it that I'm trying to remember something that Lijo said after I said something that just made me go like, oh God, that's so TE. But I can't remember exactly what it was right now. I want to know what ECS is. I mean, the thing is, but I enjoy this. Doesn't this lead to ECS activation then? I enjoy busting your chops, Sean O'Neill. Does that help me to not need marijuana? Okay, well, there's my alternative. You come around here, Sean, and I'll yell at you for a couple hours a day, and then I won't have to smoke so much weed. Well, I mean, I don't know what that means. As I expressed in a previous video, everyone is always in the present. There's a function bias that suggests that if I'm in the present, thinking about ideas in my head as I'm walking down the street, rather than paying attention to the stuff around me, that somehow I'm less in the moment or in the present. Bullshit. I'm in the moment, in the present, on my preferred field. There's no reason to prefer your field. True that. I do feel less of a need of smoking pot. You want to see something else wrong, Sean? Well, like, you can see the appeal of it. Somebody like Lijo, after talking to her today, it's very clear that her actions, her choices, her behavior is very purposeful, and to good effect. She puts up about a video a week. She's got 25,000 subscribers. You know, I can't put up a video a week because I burst. It'd be like holding my pee for a week. It's impossible. And they go, well, start a new channel that you do it. I just like, oh, Jesus. Everybody with their suggestions. You know what I suggest? I suggest that you take your suggestions and put them in your pipe and smoke them. What do you think about that? Is dissociating being in the present? Well, I guess not. I have been in a dissociative state, which is essentially what you would correctly call the K-hole. And the thing that's terrifying about it is basically I feel like I felt like I didn't exist. That I couldn't find myself anywhere. It was very strange. It scared me. It was kind of panic inducing. But then, you know, it wears off slowly and you're fine. But that's one of the scarier drug experiences I've had is being in the K-hole. I didn't like it at all. It was very disturbing to me. Don't worry, I burned off the fart so you guys don't have to smell it.
He's a gentleman.
Mm-hmm. Who wasn't being preachy about it, unlike the comments? Are you talking about LJ? She wasn't being preachy about it. She still said something that that I chose not to critique, but I will critique here, which is she said something along the lines of it's best to accept everybody where they are in their journey. What else did she say? I gotta try to remember it exactly. I gotta look it up because I don't remember it exactly. Okay. She said, I think we all have our journey to self-actualization, and it's fine to accept people where they're at. So, I mean, the obvious suggestion there, or the obvious implication of that, is that I won't have actualized or reached some sort of journey of self-optimization until I have gotten past smoking weed, but that, you know, you shouldn't condemn me for not having quit that yet. I mean, to me, that's a yeah, absolutely. IDK. It's a real, it doesn't, it would be, I would almost rather she just say, yeah, I agree with you, because she's like, that's just not going to fool me. There's zero chance of anybody writing a subtle comment that goes over my head that I don't get what's really underlying it, you know? So what's really underlying that? That marijuana smoking is indeed a barrier to self-actualization, and it needs to be overcome. But you shouldn't judge people if they haven't overcome it yet. That's the implication there, you know? Is that wrong? Abso-fucking-lutely. There's absolutely zero reason to think that a fully actualized, optimized person can't also be a weed smoker. None whatsoever, except groupist hate. It's a heuristic that almost is willfully blind to all the actually meaningful data it avoids looking at. You know, that person had an hour and a half's worth of video to comment upon, and commented upon the fact that I smoked weed in an earlier video when I typed choice. And said that they didn't like that, but there's no justification for why it's bad. Right. For some people, it might be a barrier. For some, a catalyst. For some, it might just be fully incorporated as part of their life. You know, like, can you say that those Bolivians who chewed coca leaves, that whole society of people was subhuman because they did drugs? I mean, come on, it's ridiculous. You cannot reduce people to single behaviors that are not wrong. So if the problem was not that I kept smoking weed, but that I kept murdering people, that's a fine thing to yell at me about and critique me, right? If I were going around violating people's rights, if I were engaged in hate speech or displaying the fact that I myself am a groupist, those things would be fair game to critique. But I'm not doing anything that has any moral impact. He has no interest in the matter, and this is just my personal habit. For him to decide that I'm not worthy of any attention and that I am disrespectful to the world on the basis of the fact that I have choices that are different than his makes him an awful person. Would I judge the Peruvians who engage in ayahuasca ceremonies? I mean, I don't know what ayahuasca ceremonies are. I've heard of ayahuasca before, but I don't really know anything about it, and I don't know what the ceremonies entail. Well, I mean, the thing is, Sean, I think that the person wasn't saying I won't get enlightened. The person was saying he finds the fact that I smoke weed openly an affront to all that is good, just, and true. The problem is it's not, and that's something we can objectively determine. So he needs to recognize the fact then at that point, he's being a hateful groupist. So it's the same thing as if he were condemning me for being a certain race. The world will be a better place when we have the same attitude towards anti-drugism as we do currently towards racism. You know, if somebody comes around here and starts flinging racial slurs, I immediately hide them. You know, it's just not. I don't fucking have time for that incredibly stupid nonsense. Stupid hatred is not worth anyone's attention. However, with the drug thing, it's not universally understood that that's stupid hatred, just like racism, and it's not treated the same. So I am out front on the issue, of course, being an advocate for what is good, just, and true, what is actually good, just, and true, and slamming people like this who are choosing to side with evil, as is appropriate. So, you know, if anybody wants to critique my marijuana smoking, then they should point to where it does harm. How are we going to actually change public opinion? Well, this is one way that might be a little bit less preaching to the choir. Why? Because it says the title of this live stream is, what is the title of this live stream? Does it have Lijo in it? It should. The title of that video was Lijo's Hateful Commenters. I expect that will get some traffic by just being kind of controversial seeming, especially if I thumbnail it well. You know, look, here's the other deal, Eucalyptus Koala. I'm not a partisan hack. I'm not Ben Shapiro getting up there and spewing the conservative party line to a bunch of people who believe that. There's shit tons of people who disagree with me about shit tons of things around here. There's no party line around here. If, in fact, on this issue, there's consensus, that would make it the exception. You know? Regardless, all I can do to Eclipse Koala is continue to try to increase my profile by making short videos, making more polished videos, more polished thumbs, more polished titles. Just continue to do my best and know that, you know, it'll always be a little bit 3 steps forward, 1 step back, you know, 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. It's a slow slog for me. But I get there. I gradually am improving on all vectors. That's the truth. I'm a better YouTuber than I used to be. And I have faith that eventually I'll either get good enough and improve enough consistently enough, or that people will evolve sufficiently to recognize that what I'm saying here is uniquely insightful about a lot of subjects. I believe that about myself. Others may find it self-important, but I met a lot of people. I've heard a lot of people talk. I've judged a lot of things I've heard objectively. I'm looking for good stuff. I'm not a hater. I'm not looking to see how people fail. In general, I'm hopeful that whatever new thing it is I'm checking out is going to be fantastic and make me love it. And nevertheless, I conclude that I'm a rather uniquely insightful voice on YouTube, and that there's a lot of reasons why I'm not more successful, but the number one reason is I'm a little bit too ahead of the curve. That sounds like FI, inferior grand vision fulfillment, polar similar. I mean, Sean O'Neill, the thing is, you're sort of projecting your own limitations here. I'm actually making a statement that's been well objectively parsed. It's not like I'm having pipe dreams or something. Very different phenomenon. Very, very different. I mean, the thing is this, Sean. What you're challenging me to do here is you're challenging me to choose between the truth and what's FE appropriate. And I keep choosing the truth and it keeps offending you. In fact, on any curve, there are some people way over here. And the best way to determine that is by actually looking at the quality of their insight and ideation. Okay, not some sort of test score, right? So it's like, where else are you going to hear this? That here's the deal. Yeah, I am fairly uniquely insightful. I'm ahead of the curve on a lot of these issues. I'm right about almost everything. I'm what Jordan Peterson should have been. But the world's not quite ready for me. Now, I understand if you say, Eric, that is delusional. Except I'm quite confident that it's not. She's sitting right there. She's always welcome to join me. For people who kept for a long time saying she was ENFJ, if you've hung around this channel for long enough, it should be obvious now that she's an introvert. Right? She is not an extrovert. Well, I mean, Jordan Peterson.
Yes, me too, PP. Mommy and PP are tired. Yes. Yes.
Well, you said FI inferior grand vision to fulfillment. So FI inferior is TE-DOM, right? Except, you know, I'm nothing like a TE-DOM. So I don't, but I will admit, Sean, I misread that. And I was thinking you were saying basically that FI fourth is susceptible to delusions of grandeur, and FI polar is like that too. That's how I read it. Now that I reread it, I realize I read it wrong. So, my bad. Sorry, I read it wrong. Now I see what you're saying. You were right to question that. Sean O'Neill, when you say, I don't know why words are taken as delusional, the reason is because Eric was wrong, misread what you said, and you are correct to correct me on that. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'll never, ever get over the shame of having done this. Did you see my comment about your quadrant video? No, but I tell you already, I've thought about it more. It doesn't work for all of them. It only works for some of them. Well, the thing is, with that one Legends Fall, it was just an interesting observation. I didn't really make any conclusions about it, right? I didn't say it means this or that. I asked, what do you think it means, if anything? And you're saying it doesn't really mean anything. It's just a map coincidence. I'll buy that. That's a perfectly reasonable explanation. So I wasn't actually advocating that it meant anything specific. Well, look, you got to remember this also, though, Legends Fall. Oh, your point is executives may supervise meta-analysts because they're too mappy. Who supervises me? INFP? INFP, which is... Oh, yeah. Yeah, which is an executive. You're right. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. So executives tear meta-analysts away from their meta-analysis and say, okay, yeah, but remember we need to do something. So give me your meta-analysis. I'll use my tool function to parse it out and make a decision. It's like they step in and go, give me that. That's what supervisors do. That's a good point, Legends Fall. You win the Good Point of the Day award. Congratulations. If I didn't already give it out earlier today. I don't think I did. Considering it's a daily award, I rarely give it out. We are too mappy. My hair's too nappy. My mind too mappy. My life is crappy. Help me meditate.
I like that.
Yeah. I was being sarcastic. I don't really want you to help me meditate. I'm gonna meditate myself a rip instead. And if some Karen happens to come in here and say, oh my, this disrespectful man, well, she can respectfully go fuck herself. That's why I'm so loved. That's why I'm so beloved. That's why there are 12 people here. I got it. Yes, thank you, Gen Xio, for bringing that up. I was very proud of my own TE in this instance. It was impossible to catch this fish. It was just impossible. I put too many hiding places in the fish tank, which made it too easy for it to get away from me, right? But what I did, I found this netting stuff, and so I've got this little like nursery part on top of the thing that's in the middle that is a little higher than the water level. So I put top of the net up there, and then I put the bottom of the net down here, and I try to kind of make a scoop with it into the water with it over the sides. and I waited for orange to go over that part. Now, my plan originally was to scoop up the sides of the net real quick and get him like that. But I decided the last minute, you know what? He might squirrel out of there. I'm going to try now, since he's pretty far along that up the burn, or whatever you want to call that. I'm going to use my blue net and scoop it. And sure enough, I went scoop, and instead of trying to go back the other way, he went up more and got kind of stuck on the net. And I swooped him up, and I got him. And I ceremoniously, with great reverence, respect, and sorrow in my heart, flushed him down the toilet. He got the death penalty for being a bully. I mean, I think everybody is served well. You make an interesting observation there, Sean. I think everybody's served well when the attention, their fourth slot attentional manner, is spent successfully. So it may be easier to spend attention successfully with some fourth slots than others. SI is pretty easy. You just bathe yourself. You keep things on your calendar, you know? In contrast, FI seems to be more of a challenge. My dad seems to have a very confused relationship with his own fourth slot function. During typing sessions with ESL people, I don't adjust my language down to their level enough. I do adjust a little bit, but probably not enough. I actually do adjust. Well, I determine how easily they can understand what I'm saying. Some people are more fluent in the understanding than in the talking. And I try to make adjustments accordingly. But it is true that there's a temptation to slip back to doing it the more fun way. When I have to slow down a lot because somebody really doesn't speak English well, it's very frustrating to me. It's very boring. It's like 20 minutes, 40 minutes of this shit left. Though I try not to show that. Usually I enjoy my typing sessions. I genuinely enjoy hearing about these people's lives and asking them questions and getting answers and figuring it out. It's fun most of the time. Occasionally, if I really don't like somebody, it could be a bit of a challenge. I mean, I never really don't like somebody. In some instances, I realize, oh shit. It's more like, oh shit, either this person doesn't like me, or oh shit, this person has decided what they are and is going to try to convince me of it. Well, I do the best job I can. Yeah. I take my work seriously. When somebody hires me to do something, they have my full attention for that time period and my best effort. Whether it's my students in debate, whether it's my student in grammar, whether it's somebody I type, whether it's your mom's face when she hires me as a gigolo. You don't know what every rose has ethanol means? Well, ethanol is a form of gasoline that comprised somewhat of biofuels, I believe. Made out of corn, maybe? Well, I may have said that, and there's a point that I keep kind of going back and forth about, and I'm being kind of mushy about, which is I just don't know whether, in fact, it's you're talking about. For me, slots 1 and 8 both work as a subject, but I have an action function in both 1 and 8, which are naturally subject functions. So, is it really the case that you naturally act as a subject with both your 1 and 8, or is it that you act what the function really is? So then maybe NIs would be agent, agent. Maybe TIs would be object, object. But I'm not sure. That's where I am. That's where I currently am in my thinking, is I haven't figured that stuff out. So thanks for the question. I wish I could have given you a better answer. Specifically in this instance, Leaf Trimmer, I was talking about a couple of comments by somebody on Joe's video, but I've heard plenty of people express a willingness to dismiss me or other people because of either their current or past drug use. And to say that that's not a ongoing problem worth attending to is to close your eyes and say, nah, 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 you know. So I think it's important that we normalize that it's not okay to judge people based on their group, whether it's, well, I don't like you because you can't be good because you're a certain race, a certain religion, somebody who gambles, somebody who likes to drink, somebody who does drugs recreationally or smokes weed. You can't make that determination on those things. You have to judge them on their merits, not on something that you associate with good or bad things. So just because the priest is the head of the church doesn't mean he won't do bad things. That's just a symbol, right? You have to look at actual things that are good and bad. So we can tell what's actually good and bad based on whether it's morally permissible, morally impermissible, or morally obligatory. Smoking weed falls under the category morally permissible. So we have to then look to see if there are anticipatable negative impacts that we can articulate that would justify saying your foreknowledge ordains that you oughtn't to engage in that anyway. But the thing is, nobody's willing to have that real argument. Why? Because they've internalized a bunch of lies, internalized a bunch of bullshit, and want to have somebody to hate. So they hate pot smokers. Of course, as a consequence, they extra hate me because I am anathema to everything they're saying. I am the exact falsifying proof to everything they're saying. Every time they say smoking pot makes people dumb, they have to deal with the cognitive dissonance of me. It obviously doesn't. I've been smoking weed since I was 14 years old, and I'm same as I was when I was 17 or so. Well, Alexander Cruz, in this instance, what I'm saying is that form of hate ought to be vulgar and unacceptable, just as anti-Semitism or racism is. It's just the same thing. It's not just as bad, it's the same thing. Okay. Well, it's funny you mentioned that IDK, but I just tested a guy 2 days ago who said, I tested him last year. I guess I tested him as INTP last year. And he came in thinking he was INFP. And I typed him INTP again. Anybody who wants to think that people's personality changes over time needs to watch the video of me when I was 17 years old being interviewed on my high school news. Okay? I didn't know anything about cognitive functions, didn't know anything about personality type. There's no way it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you watch that video, you can see very clearly that the personality I have now is the same personality as I had then. Same guy, makes same arguments. Yeah, I'll find a link to it. Is it worth it having a head with no little herb in it? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm not saying it's bad not to smoke weed. I'm saying I don't have any opinion about whether you smoke weed. Why do you have an opinion about my smoking weed? Oh, that's right, because you're evil. I will find that video. Here it is. Open link in the tab.
For the damaged property or the.
I'll get the link for you here.
Okay, thank you.
But
I hope you're aware of the new law that will be enacted in February. So next time you hold a party, give the police a call beforehand and beware the consequences if they have to come more than once to break up your party. Now back to the studio. Thanks, Christy. Okay, you've heard the police's opinion of the new law and why they enacted it, and we wanted to find out what students at Arcadia High thought. So with me I have Eric Strauss, Jeremiah Carroll, Leffie Mott, Sam Maturinga, and Rita Gatto. And Eric, what is your opinion of the new law?
Well, the First Amendment of the Constitution guarantees essentially that people have the right to peacefully assemble, and a party should be considered a peaceful assembly unless there is injury being given to other human beings. And in most parties, that's not the case. So the law is pretty much, I think, unconstitutional and should be abolished.
Okay, and Jeremiah, what do you think?
Well, I don't really appreciate paying money for the police department. That's kind of ridiculous. They should be not breaking up parties. Be going after the criminals, the robbers, the murders, all that stuff.
my reading was much better than his.
Yours was great.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, that's so him.
For people who say, is personality really the same across time? I mean, is that me? That's me.
I wasn't even looking at it. I was just listening to it, and I was like, oh my gosh, that is Eric.
The only thing I'd change now is I wouldn't say essentially, which is an unnecessary word I add in there. But other than that, I can see myself saying that exact same thing today in response to that exact same question.
Totally.
I was probably a little nervous, I suspect. I obviously was applying a rule of thumb that said, I don't have very long to talk. I want to make sure I get my warrant out. And I want to make sure I end after that because this is the nature of this thing is we're all supposed to each use a little bit of time, right? I was just trying to be a team player, I guess, and not go on and on. So, but I don't really remember the event. I'm just speculating, retrospectively speculating. I mean, that's why it's called retrospectively, retrospeculation. Okay, well, that's called arguing from the margins, IDK, which is to say, even if you're right that there are a few exceptions, that doesn't invalidate the rule if it applies to the vast majority. Indeed, it would suggest those exceptions are anomalous in some fashion that cause them to vary from the norm, rather than being representative of the standard model of human development. You know, speaking of cute elementary school videos, there's the thing is, personality are those aspects of the self that remain the same over time. If you are traumatized so much that your personality changes, then you might say, essentially, you've killed that self, and it's like, obviously, if I kill you dead, your personality does not remain the same as when you were alive, right? Well, with enough trauma, enough emotional trauma, it's kind of the ontological equivalent of that. So are there circumstances where people are so damaged that they can't function like normal human beings? Sure. Would we expect somebody who was born a vegetable with no brain at all to have a type that remains the same their whole life? Well, they wouldn't have a type at all because it would require cognitive functions. So would that falsify the rule? No. It would depend on, in other words, some anomalies don't falsify the rule, but are anomalous because they deviate from the norm in some other way that impacts the thing in question.
I love you. I'm gonna fall asleep. But
Oh, is it that late already?
it's only 9,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to say you shouldn't. I was just wondering.
Well, I'm gonna watch from the bed and then I'll go to sleep.
You do whatever you want to do, baby.
Okay.
Short summary of what we've discussed.
Would you like to come with me, Pee-Pee?
We discussed how the Native Americans are to blame for making the European settlers fight them to steal their land. I think we can all agree on that. I mean, I think I handled myself pretty well in that interview for 17. I'm kind of proud of myself for not being an ass, you know? Ah, here they are. Well, I mean, generally what happens is if there are in fact a lot of anomalies, then or certain kinds of anomalies, then that would in fact tend to disprove the rule. But generally, like for example, I think of a good corollary here. Well, like it's like one of those things like for cocaine when it's used in a medical, which it still sometimes is used in a medical capacity, it's to stop bleeds in the sinus areas or mucous membranes, because it's the only thing will get to stop bleeding. So imagine that this was generally true and this is how they used it, but there was a minority of the population for whom it was actually the other way around. They put it in there and it made it bleed more. Now, we can all imagine such a drug that is exactly like that, right? That for most people it has meow impact. Except for some people, some very small percentage, it has the exact opposite impact. What are we to make of that? Is it that our understanding of the way that the drug causes the impact in the majority is wrong? No, it's probably an anomaly to the individuals who have that adverse response to it. They're allergic to it, right? So similarly, is it the case that if we find instances of people whose personality type, quote unquote, changes over time, first of all, in order to establish that, we'd have to establish that their attentional stack and habits of attention change over time, not just the affect. So it's important to remember that there are two elements to a personality type. There's the function process array, and then And then there's the affect. So it's like, let's say everybody in my family, all other 4 members of my family, were to die in separate random accidents tonight. My affect would be dramatically changed going forward for some stretch of time. I'd be in a state of mourning, right? So my affect would have changed, but my personality didn't change because I'm still executing the same attentional manners. It's just under a new reality that makes me sad. No, personality is persistent probably from birth, but at least since about age 2 or 3. Okay, at the latest, it's locked in by 2 or 3, probably at birth. What that means, remember what personality means. Personality doesn't mean you're going to be like meow, 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 meow. It means your first frame of reference is meow. And that's an absolute or implicit value. In other words, you expect to be able to meow in every situation. What is a meow? What could be, you expect to be able to use your previously attained resources and information in every situation. You'd be an SI dom. You expect to be able to note the external universal identity of things in every situation and have that be meaningful. Then you're an NI dom. You expect to be able to manipulate objects and, in other words, deal directly with dynamic systems to affect the outcome you want, to be able to figure out how to get from A to B. That's being a TE dom. You expect every situation to afford you that opportunity. If you're an NE dom, you expect every situation to afford you the opportunity to talk about how to talk about it and then talk about it directly too, to explain things, to have matters determined through reasoned discourse if you're an ENTP, or through unreasonable discourse if you're an ENFP. So that's the thing. It's not that they know how to make decisions. Rather, it's what they expect to be able to, how they expect to always be able to pay attention and have some kind of efficacy. Now, in fact, I have this great example that I've told plenty of times before of when my expectation that I'm going to be able to talk and solve the problem did not have any efficacy at all. When this big Marine SE guy was marching across the street from his car, and I said, "Are you going to use physical violence?" He paused for a second. Then he started going forward again. And I said again, "Are you going to use physical violence?" And then he was walking away from the car. I had been slapped. My glasses were in the street and got run over by a car. I'm doing great, Sheila. How are you? Well, I mean, and so that's a good example, Leaf Trimmer. So the thing is to remember, ENTPs like me, who have a pretty good track record of that basic assumption playing out okay, because I've lived in a civil society. I grew up in a family that prioritized reason in some sense. School was a lot more reasonable and open-minded back when I was in school. And so I've been facilitated in my native ways. I'm very comfortable with myself now. I've overcome my demons that are significant to me, that actually cause me harm that I was aware of, you know? So the thing is, how would an ENTP with an overbite who couldn't speak? He'd probably write a lot, but he might have a different affect than me. You know, I have the affect of an ENTP who was incubated, nurtured, cared for, protected, facilitated, etc., by a loving family and a surprisingly forgiving universe. That's just been my experience. So unlike a lot of people, I've made mistakes and sort of walked away from them without any consequences plenty of times, or minimum consequences. I try never to double down after I make a mistake like that, though, and I try to learn from it. So well, again, IDK, to establish that certain people's personality types did change over time, you'd have to establish not that their affects changed, but rather that their cognitive processes changed. So if you were to establish that their cognitive processes changed, and it was not the case that they had undergone some traumatic brain injury or something that would make them a legitimate anomaly that does not disprove the rule, then that would disprove the theory. Then I would say, okay, it's no longer the case that I believe that personality is lifelong. But that's a very high standard to meet, very difficult standard to meet. And the problem is, of course, what we most need to remember is that humans are an open system. In other words, we can choose to change how we act in order to game tests like this. And people do all the time. The more they learn about cognitive functions, the less reliable my traditional tests are, because they've learned to game my questions. That doesn't mean the concepts are less reliable. It's still the case that introverted thinking is going to be meh. It's just that they've trained themselves to mimic the affect, which is to say the subject behavior of somebody with TI, which is the most trainable of the functions, really, in terms of you can learn in a logic class. You can get TE heuristics to figure it out or whatever. The kind of questions I ask are typically asked in logic classes in college or in critical thinking classes or something. So, well, the thing is, Alexander Cruz, I don't know if that's the only way the cognitive processes can change, traumatic brain injury. The point is, I don't need to establish all of the possible exceptions that would qualify as non-falsifying anomalies. We can deal with those on a case-by-case basis as they come up. My point is, I don't think they're going to come up very often. I believe that you'll find an incredibly difficult time finding any individuals whose personality type actually changes over time. You'll find a lot of people who said, I used to be a lot more introverted and now I'm more extroverted, or vice versa. And that's just, they're just talking about their affect. Affect changes. Affect changes sometimes purposefully, sometimes unintentionally. Affect grows more or less agreeable. Affect grows more or less risk-taking. It really depends a lot on outside situations. People are adaptable, okay? So just like people can get stronger in their muscles by lifting things and get big muscles and change their body in that way, so too are cognitive function stacks adaptable, but people aren't evolvable or changeable. In other words, it doesn't matter how much I flap my shoulder bones, I won't grow wings. So there's a range of plasticity called adaptability. However, there's also a scope that is conscribed on that adaptability called identity. And identity can't be changed without being broken. No, I don't know his story well. If you lose your right arm, you do become a lefty. No, actually, you don't, Sheila. That's the funny thing. If you lose your right arm, you're still right-handed. You just have to learn to use your left hand well. You're still right dominant. It's not just your right hand, it's your whole right side of the body that's dominant. And that's a great example of how you can adapt, but you can't change your identity. Even if you have your right arm cut off, you're still right-handed. You can adapt by using your left hand all the time, but you're still right-handed. It's a great analogy. So might there be a cognitive equivalent? If you think about that, it's a really powerful analogy because it helps understand how somebody might say, you can't smoke LSD. Somebody might say, how could he possibly be right-handed? He does nothing but use his left hand. Well, I mean, the thing is, being right dominant is an ontological quality that is implicit to the person. True, by and large, right dominant people almost always use their right hand rather than their left first for most things. But the right-handedness is not the using the right hand first for most things. It's an embedded identity thing that goes much deeper than that. Even if you use your left hand all the time, you won't become left-handed. And see, this is the mistake that people make when they're typing, right? They see someone using their left hand in a typing session. They go, you're left-handed. And I go, you're fucking doing it wrong again. You know? Okay, so it's conceivable that that there could be some sort of like weird hemispheric wiring mix-up that would make the bottom half of your body left dominant and the right half right dominant. Regardless, then that's how they are for the rest of your life. That's your identity. That's the important point, is that doesn't change, right? Even if you cut off your left leg, you still be left-legged, right? Still be left-footed. Because it's not about the behavior, it's about the identity. It's a brain wiring thing. So everybody gets this, right? About right-handedness and left-handedness, that it's that you're not right-handed, you're right dominant or left dominant. Now, again, there may be anomalies like Sean, where the wiring got skewed. And so what normally is always on one half got split to one half of the other, but it's still the same thing. It's still, that's his identity then. It's not something else, because it's his wiring, not the behavior. But see, this is the thing, Legends Fall. The time spent method is a good way of doing it, because if you were measuring the time spent being right dominant, what you would encounter for the person who had their right arm chopped off would be a continual, oh yeah, I got to use this hand. Oh yeah, I got to use this hand. Oh yeah, I got to use this hand. And that would be indicative not of left dominance, but of right dominance. See what I'm saying? So in other words, the function, the cognitive function will be the same. Even if somebody's compelled to use a workaround to it, it just, you can't change what it is. Now, it is conceivable that somebody could somehow damage themselves so much that we can't figure out what it is. The workarounds are all we can see. That's possible, that we won't be able to see it, right? But we need to understand it first and foremost. If we don't understand it, we'll be wrong forever. If we start with a wrong model, we'll be wrong forever. Did I type you as ISTP, Huckleberry? Is that what I typed you as? If I typed you as ISTP, 90% chance you're ISTP. Depending on how long ago it was. I mean, the longer back it was, the less, the less certain it is that I was right. But, once people start to review the actual data, the typing sessions, and see the range in which people answer these things, start to understand what I'm saying about how these are categories of attention, and test themselves and are able to apply disinterested calculus, they'll agree with me, because I'm right. Well, I mean, the thing is, one thing I rarely do, in fact, I can't really think of ever doing it, is asking the judge if I can treat this witness as hostile, which would probably be one of the things that I could best do to nail down types. I want to treat you as a hostile witness. I want to dig into your heart and soul. I want to press you on questions that you don't want to answer. I want to push you around lawyer style, being able to do that would be, or choosing to do that would really help eliminate some of the mushiness in the typing. If I could get people flustered and force them to display their actual competency on the fly at meow, 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 right? I don't remember your Huckleberry, so I don't know I don't remember the typing session or anything, but certainly I feel like I have never been so confident in my typing as I am now, by a large margin. I really feel as though I've got it down. And before, I was feeling, I would say, well, I think I'm better than everybody else. But I had, ultimately, I wasn't. Sometimes I'd be a little overconfident. Sometimes I'd be a little underconfident. The point being that now I'm not only confident about it, I'm confident about my confidence. So I really feel like if I type somebody now, I'm going to get them right. It'd be a very rare one that I'd get wrong. The thing is, I have what I do, the job I do to type somebody is what you might say the least you would expect. I ask them a bunch of questions about themselves. I try to follow up on those questions. I test some skills. I check against past data to see where it matches up. I check against the model, see where it matches up and doesn't. And I give them the type and I explain why. It would seem to me the least you could do. But as far as I know, I'm literally the only typologist doing that. From what I understand, when C.S. Joseph types somebody, he talks to him for 5 seconds, types them, and then lectures at him for an hour or something. I mean, I've heard dissatisfied clients from other typologists in general that are along the same lines. Like DSP, he doesn't really ask you questions. You answer pre-written questions on a video, and then he types you from the video. Well, I mean, you've got no way of push and pulling. You can't follow up on anything they say. Wait, hold on there. You just said meow. But for me to know your type, it's important that I get clarification here. He can't do that with a video. Well, I'm just saying that if you could walk around with a bunch of electrodes in your head, and you could actually figure out which electrical impulses correspond with each cognitive function, and have the person walk around with those on their head for 2 straight weeks, so you're sure that the initial weirdness of the situation isn't impacting their stack, you should be able to get a very reliable indication of what type they are based on frequency, either the total amount of times that any lights up, or the total amount of time that all the any lights up comprised. Or, I mean, I agree, no typologist, period, is 100%. It is not decisive science yet, which is to say, when unfortunately we're not dealing with something as simple as identifying what kind of fruit something is. So if I showed you a banana and an apple, and I said, which one's the apple, you wouldn't have any problem with that. Now, if in fact, we can say in that regard, most people are 100% about apple identification, right? The thing is, typology is much more complicated than identifying an apple, and yet no less objectively so. Well, it's true that nobody currently can get somebody right every time within an hour or so. It is also true that if I were to spend sort of a couple weeks shadowing somebody, that there's zero chance I'd get them wrong. Now, that doesn't mean I think I should do that. I also will point out that regardless of whether anybody on YouTube is 100%, that's a really misleading thing to say, because regardless of 100%, there's one person on YouTube who's miles and miles ahead of everybody else for lots of reasons, and that's me. And so trying to sort of lump us all together as in nobody's at 100% is ignoring the elephant in the room, to my disadvantage and probably out of your spite. True. But the thing is, it's like saying, of this group of 70 T-ballers, little leaguers, and pony leaguers, and including the group this one Cy Young Award-winning pitcher, some of them are better than baseball players, some of them are worse. I mean, no. Well, I mean, you don't have any way to judge the other people, right? You can judge my typing by watching my typing session. Drugs are not bad, okay? I am not recommending you take them, but drugs are not bad. Now, the thing is this, regardless of what, it doesn't matter whether you think I'm the best or not, because there's no reason to respect your opinion about it. You said too many wrong things too many times. Especially since you don't know if I'm the best. Well, you choose not to know that because there's plenty of ample reason to conclude that. My balls? Oh, you mean this? This is my ball. Angel dust is bad. Here's what I would say is the rule on drugs. No needles, no PCP, and I add to the mix no heroin, no opiates or opioids, but I don't know. I don't have an esoteric way of typing. I have the only consistent logical way of typing that anybody has. I've got shit tons of typing videos to prove it. Published. You can see me actually typing people. You can meaningfully evaluate my typing methodology. You can compare the answers to other answers in other videos and see if my conclusions are consistent. You can critique me on actual fucking data. You could draw your conclusions based on actual fucking data. Instead, you don't know. Well, suck it then. I don't give a fuck. Boom. Bam, bam, motherfuckers. Fate wind always comes in here filled with spite and hatred and just fucking jealousy, just spewing out every fucking pore. Pretends to be representative of some contrary viewpoint like FINE, perhaps, but is actually just a spite monkey filled with fucking self-loathing. So go fuck yourself. And please don't forget to say hello to your grandmother while you were there. Say hi to your grandma for me. Ask her if she's cleaned all the rest of the man seed off of her face yet. Because, until she's done, she can't help your mom clean the man seed off of her face. Baitland is funny. DSP says you need two people to be objective. I'll say you sad happy grandma day to your grandma. You sad happy grandma day. What? I don't understand. All right, good job, Fate Wind. Good job not being such an uptight prick. Appreciate it. Would 3 people make it more objective? You need 50 people. The thing that makes it objective is it's subject to public scrutiny. One thing, the data is objective. And the other thing that makes it objective is I'm using an objective calculus, which is to say a disinterested calculus. And I have the skills to execute what's still somewhat art as well as science to determine somebody's type almost every time. So, the reason is because I understand the mechanics behind it correctly and better than every other alternate explanation. You know what? You say you were being tongue-in-cheek, but I think you were being crack-in-cheek. It's like tongue-in-cheek, but on your butt. Why does he need a certification? Do I have any beverage? Yes. Oh, is that where that expression comes from? Thank you, Boba Fett. Today I learned. Come on, Fate Wind. Say the true version of that sentence. What's the true version of it? Are you capable of voicing the truth? The true version is the same thing, except one word is changed. Can you say the true sentence? Has one different word in it. Yeah, you don't feel like losing a debate with Ozeric right now. That's too late. That's fine. We don't have to debate. Don't lie and say you don't feel like winning a debate. I mean, You might be lying. You might think, well, I know that's not true, but I'm going to lie to the other people. Okay, if you're trying to do that, then I guess it's a little bit less bad, but don't lie to yourself about it if you are. I can't argue that you don't know if I'm the best because you're appealing to subjective data. The point is, if the best were to be accepted as a standard that one and only one party were going to meet, then somebody would have to make a case that they're more qualified than I, or have done a more thorough job of opening up everything to public scrutiny than I have, or done a more thorough job of responding to the corrections of public scrutiny. In other words, the truth, as often is the case, occurs most quickly where it is crowdsourced, and least quickly where people are working in secret. I don't want to show you what I'm doing because then you might critique it. Well, wait, that's what I'm saying is the thing we're talking about is a little bit different than making milkshakes, because it's more like diagnosing a disease or something, right? If I have the highest percentage of disease diagnoses that are correct, I'm the best at it. Or it's kind of like baseball. If somebody hits 990 and wins the batting title, it's because they're the best hitter. My milkshake brings all of the boys to the yard, and I don't have enough of it to share with everybody. So I say, would you like to each have just one teeny sip of my milkshake? Or do you want me to randomly choose which of you boys will enjoy the whole milkshake? Sometimes they rock, paper, scissors. It's always a different affair every day when it's milkshake sharing time. Go shower. I'm glad for the important update. Everybody, mark it down. If you're keeping score, please mark it in your scorebook. No on the shower yesterday for leaf trimmer. I know we were talking about that earlier. When our stats record guy who's keeping all the stats around here. Alexander Cruz, when was your last dental appointment? We're keeping the stats on everybody around here. Was it still October 2020, or have you had more recent one? The argument is that they're ignorant, which isn't an argument. It's more a claim to not know what they're talking about, yet expecting someone else to prove them wrong about it. Right. Trying to shift the burden of proof. Don't wash your pathriness, but do wash your penis. Well. I was a little bit fighty when I got here over those commenters on Elijah's video. And, of course, I'm not blaming Elijah for it. I just include her name because it makes it more likely to get views. So, I really need to do thumbs. Thumbs are so important, you know. Hi there, Rachel Lapalosa. How are you, my darling? I heard a rumor that you're made out of cheese, girl. The most delicious cheese in the world, girl. The kind of cheese they make in the sky, girl. Sky cheese made for sky people. No. I don't think streaming on Twitch would help my growth. I don't understand typologists who do videos about type who mistype themselves. Can you explain why that is? That you need examples? it's either NI or TI as a non-absolute value, an instrumental value, or both. So the thing is, like, I suspect it's mostly about NI though. I think if NI is an instrumental value, they don't really care about the whether things are correct so much as they care about whether this frame of reference is used by people the way they think it ought to be used. And I think there are other people who may just, like C.S. Joseph, probably. I keep going back and forth. And the thing is, I don't ever watch any new of his shit. It's just kind of like thinking about from what I've seen before. But I just think he feels uncomfortable when pressed on the abstract parts of the thing, the why questions, and so shifts his conversation to the how questions consistently, which is, so what ought the ISTP do to self-improve? Or what's the best meow for the meow? Very practical questions where he feels a lot more comfortable answering them. Of course, because he's so uncomfortable, ill-considered, and unwilling to discuss the why parts of things, his constructs regarding to the types are wildly off. So he typed, he's had some crazy celebrity typings that just make no sense at all. Okay, I got a lot of things going on here in work. So I'm trying to make a lot of improvements. I've tried Twitch before. I don't want to stream. I don't want to try to set that up again. I know you can stream concurrently on both things. That's assuming you do the software streaming, and it's not that easy to. I mean, it's a much more of an undertaking than maybe people think. We have some TWFP merch. I'll get you the link to the store. Okay, let's see. We have a TWFP merch store. No, I didn't type you as INFP, Sheila. I typed you as ISFJ. Sheila, you're ISFJ. I typed you as ISFJ, though, not INFP. .607, reprehensible. Let's find out what that says. And shameworthy, horrible person. After all, they spend their time dehumanizing others, not for things they did or said, but for things that are totally irrelevant. He's not criticizing me because I'm wrong. I'm not saying anything wrong. I didn't type choice poorly. Oh, I see. Peter didn't teach you is saying that's the word I was looking for. Are you saying that that's the word I was looking for? I think you're right. Oh, you're in here. Hi, Peter didn't teach you. What type do I believe Jeff Bezos is? Probably He probably likes pegging and being cuckolded, I suspect. How useful a question is to someone with a basic knowledge of types functions. If you could be any type, which would you pick in terms of determining their values? I mean, it's not very useful because it's entirely contingent on their understanding of what each type is, which you don't know. I mean, the common answer for Bezos is ISTJ or ESTJ, and I don't see any reason to disagree with that. I think most likely ESTJ over ISTJ, despite his apparently introverted affect. He rules like an ESTJ, not like an ISTJ. So I would guess ESTJ. Like my dad. Well, but that's not trustworthy though. By default, because ESTPs are the coolest type anyway. So who wouldn't pick them, right? You think Bezos is FI Childs? I mean, I've never heard. I always say, if you want me to type somebody, Jeff Bezos needs to pay me $100 to type his ass. I can't tell what type he is just from general vibe shit. I mean, that's a good way to be wrong. Where is this convo happening? Right here in front of your face, Karma's Pimp. By the way, do you think you could send Karma by again tonight? I really enjoyed her company last night. And for only $20, I thought, damn, this is a good deal. For a karmic rim job. If I told you the last three US presidents were ESTPs, would you believe me? I mean, do you mean would I agree with you? What type of Zuckerberg? He's a sweatshirty kind of guy. Sweatshirty and humorless. How's that for an answer? Do I agree with that? No, I wouldn't agree with that. But I would disbelieve you. Unless you gave me some reason to. In other words, I wouldn't think you were being disingenuous in the question necessarily, unless there was some alternate reason to think you were. I mean, Sheila, I typed you as an ISFJ. You responded in textbook SI dumb fashion, by sending me a bunch of examples from your life of why you're not and how they contradict some type description you've heard. I would have to type you again. I don't remember exactly the typing session well enough to say for sure, but I believe I typed you more than once. I put a lot of time into you. And it's pretty clear that you're an ISFJ, you know? Or was at the time. I can't say that now. I don't really remember, like I said, but I do remember that it was pretty cut and dry that you were an ISFJ. So I don't. It's like I could recruit 50 wrong people to type me whatever I wanted them to type me. Oh, right. You were the one who kept complaining. Yeah, you're an ISFJ, just to clarify. I guess I was I put a lot more effort probably into trying to find good arguments for the typee's desire than I do now. I just cut to the chase. I'm willing to fight for your self-perception if you got some if the data is consistent with it, but if it's completely not, then that's just all there is to it. So yeah. Now I would be happy to type you again, probably. If you want to do a controversial typing, but controversy. ISF Eric insists ISFJ. And I will type you from scratch as honestly as I type anybody else. And if I am wrong, because I might have been wrong, that was quite a long time ago, and I've gotten a lot better at it, I will admit it in full everything. I don't think I was because I spent a lot of time typing him, but I'd be happy to do it again. It's got to be public, though. It's got to be a video that's out in public because I'm going to test your skills in ways that people know from my typing sessions correlate clearly with certain things and blah, 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 blah. It's going to be pretty indisputable what type you are, whatever it is, by the time we're done. So if you want to be able to cling to making whatever claims you want, then don't do this. If you want the truth, then do this. There are other 3 people typing you behind closed doors. You get 5,000 people typing you behind closed doors. It's not worth one person typing you publicly in front of everybody with the scrutiny, the actual skills tests, the reality of having mountains of data to compare against. It doesn't matter how many wrong people you pile up, that's not going to outweigh that. Now, I can't necessarily claim that currently because I know I wasn't as good back then, and I don't exactly remember back then. But I can offer to type you again for free as long as you agree to publish the video, and I will go through the motions as always. I do remember finding you one of the trickier people to type among the people that I've typed, but I don't remember why exactly. I'm sure whatever it was that gave me problems then probably won't give me problems now. So maybe you're right. Maybe you're an ISFP. Maybe I'll type you right now and determine that, yeah, you absolutely are. But, until I say that, the smart money is on even wronger me back then over the 3 people you got to type you, what you wanted to be typed. I was the only one who was brave and said, no, I know you really want this, but no, that's not what you are. And you didn't like that. Oh, no, he was definitely an INTP. Alexandra. You're totally wrong about that. I mean, did you see the TI test? Or actually, I TI tested him a lot last time, but no, TI is off the charts. And his FI is clearly not front stack. His thoughts are way too complex. Have you known any FE DOMs? Have you ever known an FE DOM? They don't talk like that. They don't talk about those kind of ideas. They don't talk in that kind of depth. They don't understand as quickly the complex things that I'm saying to them as that guy does. I mean, in no sane world is that guy in a FE DOM. Okay, well, maybe you should go back and watch the beginning of it or something. I don't know. He's definitely not an FE DOM. No way. Having lived for a long time with an ESFJ and lived for a less long time with a couple of ENFJs around, no way. Right, but you had skin in the game and knowledge to game it. The fact that they didn't have skin in the game and didn't know your type was you're saying you can count on me you can count on this not being gamed, while ignoring the fact that you can game it. I mean, surely you have learned a lot about how to game these things in the process of getting typed multiple times by multiple people, right? You clearly had a preference for ISFP. You made that clear to me. You left the channel and wouldn't hang out anymore because I refused to acknowledge your decision was correct. But I don't think it is. So, yeah. Boy, it's a battlefield around here tonight, huh? Everybody wants to come. I feel like a kung fu guy in the middle of a kung fu movie where people ran at me from all directions. Yeah. Pew, 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 pew. I'm watching Hajime no Ippo, which is a boxing one that's just really quite delightful, really fun to watch. I'm loving it. And if you didn't hear, if you didn't know, if you weren't paying attention, if you didn't look, if you haven't seen, if you didn't know, if you didn't want to know, if you failed to know but you did want to know, if all of those things, let me share now with you the following instructional video on how to be swag. Namely, yes, it is now possible to buy TWFP stuff, t-shirts. There's a rad dress that I splurged and bought for Rachel. Well, you came in at the end, Alexandra Cruz, which is when, after asking a bunch of questions and listening for the whole time, I then offer my thoughts. So that's exactly what I don't do that everybody else does. I actually ask questions and listen to the answers. Other people do 90% of the talking. The other typologists do that. So that's a particularly egregious false claim to make about me. But of course, if you come in at the very end, like if you come in at the end of a debate round, a competition debate round where I was the judge, you're going to hear me explaining why I picked one team or the other. And you're going to say, in that debate round, Eric spent all of his time talking, not the kids. Bullshit. I didn't spend any of my time talking. The kids spent all the time talking. I just explained at the end why I voted for one of them. Anime is not a gamma quadrant interest, for God's sake. Different shows appeal to different individuals, definitely linking to their typology, stuff. But an intelligent thing to say might be Death Note is such an INTJ show. INTJs are very likely to enjoy it. Probably an INTJ made it. Now, then you might say, Attack on Titan is such an alpha quadra show. Alpha quadra types are really likely to enjoy it a lot. At least NTPs, INFJs are. Now, instead you say anime is a gamma quadra interest, as though there's no distinction between the various shows. Have you ever watched a cartoon that you thought was good? See it's like this guy. Enough with your baiting, please. Hi, Soulful. You know what? I believe you. This is intuition, okay? This person, I believe. I believe that Soulful is actually a new person, an actual new sub, and not a troll, and not somebody in somebody else's clothing, right? I think Soulful is actually a new person here. Soulful, welcome. It gets a little chaotic here. Let me know if you have any tendernesses that if too much conflict, you're it's too arguey. Well, then I'll try to tone it down for a second, especially since until you get used to the yelling, okay? Hopefully you'll stick around. Well, I mean, even there, Pay Wind, like if you watch the show Baki, which is an anime show, it was clearly written by either an ESFP adult or a 12-year-old middle school boy. It is the worst, most awful anime you will ever imagine seeing in terms of storytelling. But the drawings are kind of cool. Everybody's super muscly, and everybody's like into each other's muscles and stuff. It's a terrible, terrible show. Baki is the show in which, I shit you not, there was this scene where Baki and his girlfriend are hiding in the back of a cave, and I don't know where Baki's girlfriend says, "What's that?" And see some red eyes behind her. Baki turns around and says, "Oh, that's just some mysterious snowman I once fought in a tournament." There's no mention of this mysterious snowman ever before or after that scene. And during that scene, that's basically all that happens. Now, that's an ESFP show. ESFPs somehow managed to get their shit done. You know who's an ESFP and who he was the textbook story of ESFP success, despite, right? Mr. Brainwash. If you've never seen the documentary called Banksy, I think it's called. It's by Banksy. But it's really a documentary about street art, the evolution of street art, the OG people who were doing it in LA and London and stuff. And when Banksy came and worked for this guy, there's this guy who's they're filming everything the whole time. Well, why was he filming things? Well, he didn't know why. He was filming on video cassettes, right? So he just filmed it, put it in a box when he got home, film the next day, put it in a box when he got home, film the next day, put it in a box when he got home, film the next day, put it in a box. Finally, somebody said, "Why are you doing all this filming?" And felt like he had to have an answer, so he said, "Oh, I'm making a documentary." But he wasn't. He had never had plans to do anything with the footage. He just liked to film things. He just was doing, right? And then after he'd done it for a long time, he said, "Okay, I want to copy these people that I'm doing." Except he knew he couldn't himself make any good images. So he outsourced the art part to somebody else. And then he did the put it up on the wall part and the street art, right? And he called himself Mr. Brainwash. And he got sort of finagled these real street artists that he'd been helping for a long time to vouch for him in his upcoming show. He had a bunch of other people make a shit ton of art for him that he then approved or didn't, hung them all up on the walls in this gallery, and successfully sold over $1 million worth of art. And one of Mr. Brainwash's art pieces is one of Madonna's album covers. Now, the guy, I mean, and of course, at the end of it, the one thing the guy actually made, which was eventually a documentary about all these people, was a completely unwatchable mishmash of random bits of footage and various effects and noises and thrash metal music, and it was completely unwatchable. You know, I believe those were the terms that Banksy himself used on it. I mean, the thing is, if I'm typing you, Sheila, I won't be confusing to you at all. I'll just ask you questions. You just have to answer them honestly. Nothing confusing about that. I think what you might be saying is you're not sure you're going to be able to game it. You'd like to know where I was going with the question before you answered it. Am I right? Would you like to know where I'm going with the question or what I'm going to deduce from a question before you answer it? Yes. But of course, that defeats the point of an assessment. The assessment works best when you don't know what the questions are being asked for or what the answers are going to mean. The problem is, with these other people, you know what they're trying to get at, and you give them the answer that's going to lead to the type you want. I mean, Fate Wind, you just like saying provocative things for no reason, so they're never going to take you seriously about anything. Fate Winds hated me for a long time. Just come around here and shit in my stuff, shit in my stew. Yeah, here's the thing, Sheila. If in fact I'm wrong, I'll get that out too. I'll get to the bottom of that too. It's possible that I'm wrong. Well, most people pay me $100. It's an hour-long conversation face-to-face in which I ask you a bunch of questions, test some of your skill sets, ask you to demonstrate this kind of thing or that kind of thing with, ask you about your past, your memories, and try to determine what cognitive function stack you have. Ask you about your values, things like that. If you'd like to see one of the sessions, they're available on my channel. If you just type into the channel search, typing session, there's a playlist, or they'll pop up or whatever. But yeah, it's $100, and it's up to you whether you want to publish or not. The ones that are on the channel, obviously, those people all decided to publish. But if a client wants to be typed but doesn't want to publish, no problem. They pay the $100. It's their hour to do with as they please. And that includes whether I recorded it at all, recorded, share with them privately, or publish it. Well, I mean, she is in stark disagreement with me, Alexandra. So I'll give her that she's coming in having stated a clear position that she thinks I'm wrong about her type. So in that regard, I guess she'd like to go in and prove she's right. The thing is, I don't really want to go in and prove I'm right. I would like to go in and actually determine what the correct thing is. It's like if I was wrong then, I should be able to see now what I've learned since then that I was doing wrong back then. And that'll be useful too. Oh, elevator looks timed out. I really draw them to me, don't I? She may be ISFP. ISFPs can be kind of tricky sometimes. I've watched, but this is the other problem is, well, I guess it would be consistent with her being ISFP anyway. I've watched, what's her name? Octavia Silva, watched so many typing sessions and participated in so many live streams that, that she's learned how to work TI questions better than she did originally or naturally would have. She's learned what I'm looking for in all the questions. So, she's learned how to game it somewhat. Now, she's not trying to game it, but what she's trying to do is say, see, your tests aren't any good. Well, the tests aren't perfect. People are open systems. They can learn. Ideally, a person would be typed by me. They would have no idea of what I'm asking about. The more they know, the more I have to be more intuitive than them. So the thing is, it's tricky. I mean, so Cigarette says the hardest people to type are the ones who want to be someone else. I used to would have agreed with you because of the FE thing, which makes it challenging because they want to be something else. Nowadays, I think the hardest ones to type are probably INFJs. Well, the thing, see, I've gotten over that problem I used to have with INFJs. I used to have a problem with INFJs, which is their self-reporting answers often made them sound like ENTPs and or like extroverts of some sort. Oh, there's no doubt that Sheila's not trolling. Sheila passionately and firmly believes what she's saying and thinks I'm wrong. And I have less passion and certainty about my own correctness because I don't really remember the specs of back then. But I do remember that I spent more than one session typing her, that I spent a fair amount of time on it, and that I, at the time anyway, found the results fairly conclusive. I mean, the thing is, of course, IDK, no test is not subject to practicing. And that's just reality, right? So if you know my test really well, then like I said, I have to be more intuitive than you. I have to ask questions you haven't heard. I have to catch on to the fact that you're trying to game it. A lot of things like that. That's why it's still as much art as science. Do I know anybody who's gotten better at them? Well, no, not that I can think of. But I'm not saying it's impossible. You should be able to train yourself to answer my any questions better simply by applying some SI. Practice some answers ahead of time, and then you're not really using any, right? But yeah, ENFPs can be tough to type. They're good at they don't necessarily reveal their FI tool function right away. You got to test the TI directly to tell sometimes. There's been a lot of times when I've had an ENFP that I did not know they were an ENFP until I tested their TI. I thought they were an ENTP. We're talking about how much sass there is in a glass of sassafras. Alexander Cruz says half a glass of sassafras is sass. I say no, half a glass of sassafras is sass. And that's what we're arguing about. She keeps insisting I call it a quarter of a glass, but I say no, half a glass of sassafras sounds better than a quarter of a glass. That's where we're stuck at right now. We've run aground on framing. Should we use the sound or should we use the diction choice? Yeah, the troll test has an answer. I mean, it's got multiple answers, but if you've taken it and I've explained it to you, the concept behind it, you'll approach it very differently than if I just throw it at you and you've never heard it before. It's much more revelatory when I just throw it at you and you've never heard it before. Some tests are more susceptible to shelf life than others. So, like the troll question is more susceptible to shelf life because somebody coming in who's heard it before, because it's an interesting question, probably thought about their answers to that question themselves as they watched that video. If they only saw one of my videos and it had the troll question, they probably spent some time thinking, maybe paused the video and thought, I wonder how I would deal with this. Or heard how the guy did it. No. I would have dealt with it like this. I would have answered that question like this. That makes it, depending on then how much they thought about the question thereafter, if they're an NTP, they may have thought about it quite a bit, then what they display answering that question is going to be wildly divergent from what they display if they were just throwing it. I mean, I don't even think they're necessarily being bad faith always. I don't think ESFPs are being in bad faith. I think they're just using their tool function and don't get that sometimes, even about themselves, the map has primacy over their subjective perceptions. I mean, Sheila, I haven't mentioned you for a long ass time. I'm not challenging your identity. You asked me to type you. You don't like my answer, but I'm not going to lie to you. Sorry. It's really just that simple, Basically, my refusal to lie to you, you read as my challenging your identity. It's like if a doctor tells you you're fine, you don't have COVID, but you think you do, the doctor's not challenging your identity. He's saying, well, these are what the tests show. This is the best way we have of knowing this thing. It's better than your subjective knowing. But you don't have to believe it if you don't want to. I'm not challenging your identity. You're choosing to construct your identity of non-objective things. There's good things about ESFPs for sure. But, the issue at hand there was whether they're taking tests and having bad faith or they're just genuinely not capable of honest self-observation. And I think it's really the latter. They don't do objective self-criticism. It's really barely in their toolbox. I mean, I intellectually understand FI somewhat, but the thing is, when we're talking about what's factually true or factually false, your feelings are of secondary concern. And that's something that you should both accept and approve of, because if it were otherwise, the world would be broken. Remember, I might be wrong, but what I'm saying is I have no reason to change the position I had last time I was talking to you, and you stormed off in a huff because I refused to tell you, yes, I think you're what I don't think you are. But I don't know why you want me to lie to you so badly. I respect your tender feelings, and I'll stroke 'em with my moisture, bringing dew and soft and gladness to the tender parts of you. Yes, I'm caring about your feelings, loving tenderly. I don't want you to be sad or feel bad for me. Oh Lord, let me protect your precious feelings. Dear God, it's the worst thing if they would be hurt. You know what I like to say? I've got a clear expression I want to say, okay? 2 words. Feelings, schmeelings. What do you think, huh? Feelings, schmeelings. Do you view product reviews about products you've either thinking about buying or have bought? I will read stuff. I don't typically view videos about it, but I do Google, like, what's the best kind of meow to buy for a reasonable price and get that kind. I'll do some research. but I don't watch videos. I don't watch reviews of a product after I bought it, because then the only chance is I'm going to feel stupid for having bought it. You know, I don't want to see a bad review of a product I bought. The thing about weed reviews, or in general weed, is you really can't trust strains to be consistently the same. So it has so much to do with how it's grown, more to do with how it's grown than really than what strain it is. Who's judging someone on their polar function? When I told you that ESFPs can't reliably self-report, that's an accurate statement based on their attentional stack. It's very difficult for them to accurately self-report because they have FI as a tool function and NI fourth, SI ignoring, TI polar. So that naturally makes it very much more difficult for them to objectively self-report than some other types. Yeah, I mean, shits and giggles doesn't get me anywhere, it seems like. So I do think about reviewing some products. There's some product I was thinking about reviewing the other day because I thought highly of it, I guess. What was it? I don't know, but I thought, this is such a useful product. I can't remember what it was now. Maybe if I remember, I'll make that video, you know? She's not judging me. That's not judgment. She's not judging me. She's saying when. You know, there's a difference between judging me and saying when. Have you ever tried donkey butter? No, and I'm pretty sure I don't want to, but I'm really curious too. I might try one spoonful of it, maybe. What is donkey butter? Is it butter made out of donkey milk? Donkey butter. So I was slathering my toast with donkey butter when LMA come in and say, don't hog all the donkey butter. It's not that. It's not butter made out of donkey milk. Oh, it's an indica. Has anybody had human butter? Butter made out of human milk? I want somebody who's got a lactating wife to milk her into a bucket and then churn that shit into butter and tell us about it. How's human butter taste? Well, let me tell you what strains I have right now. Let's smoke a little weed. I'm going to transubstantiate definitely you, bong rip, soulful. You'll appreciate a transubstantiated bong rip. The way transubstantiated bong rip works is my lungs do all the work, but your head gets all the high. So it's pretty special. Okay, it requires a special ritual to make it work properly. You drugged your auntie for lying about anti-drug lies. That's good. That's a good natural consequence for her bad behavior. Oh, you think drugs are bad? Well, then here, have some drugs. Okay, so soulful, I'll repeat. This is a transubstantiated bong rip. Now, you may be familiar in Catholicism when the priest does some stuff over the wafers and the wine, they literally turn into the body and blood of Christ. Well, in the same fashion, when I transubstantiate this bong rip, it literally goes from my lungs, the high goes to your brain across the ether. Okay? So sit down since you haven't had this strain before, and this is a pretty good strain. It tests at 37%, which is nuts, but it doesn't that's the other thing. He's not very reliable. Is percentages. Just because so he says 37% or whatever, it's not necessarily more stony than something that says like 20%. It's weird. So I don't know what to make of that, but here we go. We're gonna try this one. We're gonna transubstantiate this one to what's his name? New person, Soulful. And I need my glasses to see what it's called because all the writing on it is very small. Am I voting for Jenner? As if. Somebody who thought it was a good idea to make himself into history's ugliest woman does not deserve to be voted into any office. Peanut butter souffle. That's what this is called. Peanut butter souffle. The THC is at 36.76%. 0% CBD. Basically, that's all it says. It also warns you not to smoke this if you are breastfeeding. Are you breastfeeding? Soulful, are you breastfeeding? Okay, I'm going to assume you're not breastfeeding. Here we go. Transubstantiation, my first transubstantiated bong rip to Soulful. Okay, here we go. I hereby transubstantiate thee with the power vested in me as Archpastor of the Yalorian Church and equivalent Archpastor of God's Big Heaven Church. I am endowed with these powers, which I hereby execute to transubstantiate this bong rip to Soulful's brain. I mean, yeah, that's what you say there is true. He might be better than Newsom. I'm not going to call him or her, but Newsom's a fucking disaster. Like I told anybody, see, the thing is, Newsom would have been fine if nothing was going on during his administration. He would have been happy to do no work, to go around, shake hands, and smile at people. That would have been fine. Unfortunately, COVID happened, and he made decisions. And every single one of them was like a stick of dynamite up California's ass. A lit stick. Let me stress that. It's going to go off and boom, blow up your butt. I mean, he's just what happens when a bunch of fluffy left talk actually gets attempted as somebody attempts to rule who's heretofore only gotten by on fluffy leftist talk. It's like you got to actually make real decisions based on real things, you know. Well, Lash, you own half of California. Can you give me half of what you own? I could use it. I could use a quarter of the state. Can I have the top quarter? That seems fair. You know, Fate Wind, that's not fair. They may be politicians, but that doesn't mean they have poor personal hygiene. Okay? I mean, there may be a lot of bad things about them, but I suspect that, frankly, most politicians are trying to stay freshly laundered and smelling like roses, you know. I'm sure if I were to go shake hands with Newsom, he'd smell like a fresh bottle of Dracar Noir, all manly and musky and desirable. Is that what women think when they smell Dracar Noir? Wow, that's musky and manly and desirable. Well, sure, if you're smelling their soul, but then you need the soul smelling nose extension, and the free one comes with so many ads, it's not worth it. The pay one, I don't know, I just haven't paid for it yet. I just haven't gotten around to it. It just seems a luxury I don't need. Do I really need to be able to smell someone's soul stink? Hey, Hambo, we're talking about how for people who don't physically smell bad but are evil, you need to get installed a nose extension app that smells their soul. Sheila was recommending we install it. I was saying I would. I don't like the free version. I don't want to pay for it. I already got the soul pinching app last year, and it was fun for about 2 days going around pinching people's souls and watching them momentarily look confused or while their soul said ow. It was great. It was a real adventure, but it lost its charm pretty quickly. For a little while, it was great. How many souls do you have in your pants? If you're happy, then you have a lot of souls. Why are so many souls in my pants? It's because I keep souls in my pants. Why are dead people inside my pants? Because I keep their souls in my pants. Why do you keep their souls in your pants? 'Cause I like to have souls fondling on my junk. Yes, I love to have souls fondling on my tank. Those are the original lyrics to the Beatles song. Do you know that? Everybody know that? Yeah. The record label made him change it. Censorship, I say. Listen, Emma, there's no right to soul smell privacy. The only way you can attain that is with soul property that naturally contains your soul smell, and then you can accuse them of soul trespassing. You don't have such soul property, then you have no right or expectation of soul privacy if you're in a public space. Indeed, it's even worse than that. If they're in public, their souls literally become public domain. That's an important point, Sheila. I'm glad you made it. This is anti-helium. Every now and again when I'm feeling bored, to whip its thing. You wouldn't understand. Rachel and I have been getting like a box these a week for like last week. Yesterday I said to the lady, her facial expression was fucking priceless. I said to her, wow, that's your last box of the blue ones, huh? Well, we do make a lot of whipped cream. And she looked at me like, are you serious for a second? And then she saw me smiling, you know, and Rachel smiling, and she laughed and she said to Rachel, don't ever lose that smile. Don't ever. She was like some, I don't know, Middle Eastern lady or something. Some not Native American speaker, not Native English speaker. Anyway, I like her a lot. Rachel and I like that a lot. What's that do? You only tried to whip cream with it? What a waste. What a waste of nitrous oxide. Karma spell. What does it do? It's what Men Like God says. It makes you go wonga, 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 wonga. It doesn't really do that to me anymore, though. It's funny. But like, all right. So let's do here what's called a nitronic. A nitronic is a nitrous bong rip. Might as well just give them a bunch of alcohol. Alcohol is as good a truth serum as pentothal. Or you could give them just play Wheel of Drugs and spin it 3 times. Let's see, you get fentanyl, cocaine, and DMT. Should be quite the combination. Alcohol's a bullshit serum. How you get people to tell anything but lies. It didn't have that effect on me, but it's a good joke nevertheless. I don't mean to besmirch or befoul your joke with my logical analysis there. I'm sorry. That was my mistake. It was a good joke. I should have just left it at that. Take the George Floyd combo. All right, fine. Men Like God, I'm transubstantiating this George Floyd combo to you. Yeah, this is very much the I can't breathe drug. When you've successfully done nitrous oxide, you have this panicked feeling of, oh shit, I can't breathe, I'm gonna drown or something. You go, that's when you know you really pulled it off successfully. So anyway, the nitronic. I'm going to transubstantiate the nitronic to my good friend and long-time accountant, Men Like Gods. Why would you want that feeling? Well, you don't want that feeling. You want the feeling that comes right after you recatch your breath. That feeling is just the price you pay for the feeling right after you catch your breath. No pain, no gain. Soulful, no pain, no gain. That's what they say in the fitness community. Ergo, this is my fitness regime. I'm sorry, this is my fitness regimen. Must be the nitrous. Don't tell me that's some sort of link that's going to tell me not to do nitrous oxide. I don't even want to read it, Horse Mumbler. I just don't want to be informed, but I don't know. Can't hurt me. Does it say that nitrous is actually really bad for you? Blah, blah, blah. Fine. I'm planning on stopping my recent arbitrary week-long nitrous habit. But, it's some crazy clone army shit? All right, cool. Here we go. I hereby transubstantiate this nitronic to Men Like Gods. Note, the torch will be employed but it's at the end of the occasion. I do this transubstantiation in accordance with the powers vested in me as Archpastor of the Yaylorian Church and of God's Big Heaven Church. Here we go. It was very, very well executed Nitronic. Now, naturally, I didn't get any of the high from it. All the high from it went to Men Like Gods. What do they look like? They look like this. They're green. They're whippets. They're actually Whippet brand whippets. We were getting the other brand. It's funny, the guy in the store today, I'm like, do you have the blue ones? And he's like, no, these are the better ones. These are better. I said, why are they better? He said, well, this is the brand. This is the main brand. I said, but what makes them better? Like, in what way are they better than the other ones? He said, I don't know. Isn't that weird? That's funny. You think anybody saying this is a better brand, these are better than the other ones, would expect the question, oh, how are they better? You know? Right? When you think anybody would expect to get that question if they're going to say that thing? I think I've already had COVID. Sheila, you may think about my lungs, but my lungs don't breathe about you. So, you probably shouldn't afford them the courtesy. I have rude lungs. I have notoriously rude lungs. They breathe only for themselves. The key thing in the Nitronic is that you have to either have a big lung capacity or consciously decide to do the following. For me, one balloon full of nitrous still leaves about maybe a fifth or a sixth of my lungs to fill with bong smoke. So I can bong on top of the nitrous. I can have sufficient nitrous to get a good effect from it. Because I can hold it long enough because the bonger's not that big. It's kind of important to do it with good weed so you don't cough. But because if you cough, then it ruins it, And then the one thing about Nitronics is it's kind of hard to get it exactly right, the ratio and the combo. But when you do, it's quite a bell ringer. So you end up going, that one didn't work right. And you try it again, then all of a sudden you're out of nitrous things. The thing is, it may be this is not a long time habit or anything. This is like I said, it's been a little bit of a nitrous kick for a week, but We'll probably stop getting them soon. A couple days from now, tomorrow. I don't know. I'm kind of getting sick of them. It's like they don't work as well after a while. It's weird. You had COVID, had the positive test, and was sick for quite a while. A solid 2 weeks and a full month to 100%. Like, what kind of sick? Were you runny nose, coughing? Do you have an irrepressible urge to run around without a mask, spreading your disease? From the way the protocols have been, you'd think that was the impact of it. Well, I'm relieved to hear it was just COVID. At least you didn't have a serious disease. I will say this, Sheila. You and I don't vibe with each other in the way that I would expect an ISFJ and an ENTP to naturally kind of vibe with each other. There are naturally fangs and claws, you know. Popcorn lung. What's popcorn lung? Huh. 6 days, huh? That does sound like a pretty serious disease. Can't deny that. I think I had it when I was in Berkeley and coming back from Berkeley. I think I got it coming back from Hawaii, basically, where it kicked in coming back from Hawaii. We went to Hawaii right before all the COVID shit happened, you know. And I got quite sick. I was feverish for around that amount of time. I was having to down a bunch of Tylenol to get shit accomplished. And I had a lot of shortness of breath. And what I did was one night when I was really having trouble breathing, I went jogging and ran around the block until I was just gasping for breath. And then after that, it was fine. That made me like cough up some shit and generally seemed to reset my lungs. So that's what I would advocate for if you have COVID, is just run around the block a couple times. You'll be fine. His stepdad went to the hospital and they dropped him on his head. The nurses almost killed him. Karma's Pimp, I believe you mean COVID. Here is a terrible place to be tripping on shrooms, etc. I tell you, one of the more memorably bad experiences I had in a hospital was when Rachel was deep into a serious psychotic episode, and I was trying to Your daughter got it too? Are you sure you guys got COVID? I mean, your demographic, both those demographics are very unlikely to get it. I mean, the COVID tests, there's definitely some false positives. It seems like you guys may have had something else because it doesn't sound like that's COVID from what I understand. Yeah, so you're very unlikely to get it. Your daughter has to be, what, 27 at the youngest? She's very, very unlikely to get it. She's 14. She got COVID, supposedly. I'd be suspicious about that. No, I'm aware of that, Oliver. Something like 20% of the people under the age of 60 or so who get COVID do have some symptoms. Of course, something like only 20% of the population that gets COVID is within that population. And of the population that's like her daughter's age, 14, a tiny fraction of the percentage of the population. That's some really bad luck, you know? It's kind of like she got struck by lightning. Yeah, the thing is, there's a lot of what you might call cascading hysteria from the COVID thing, such that I've heard the craziest kind of claims associated with COVID in terms of long-term impacts. I read an article in the New York Times that articulated a fuzzy-headedness to COVID that purportedly definitely wasn't linked to blood flow by all the tests they did, that was there for a week, went away for a couple of weeks, came back again, and was supposedly a long-term impact of COVID. What? I mean, the range of things that I've heard claimed as long-term impacts of COVID are pretty definitive, make it pretty clear and definitive that this is what you'd call cascading hysteria. Every time anybody who's had COVID feels any twinge of anything in the future, they attribute it as a long-term effect of COVID now, thanks to a lot of media planting of that idea, you know? I mean, it's more than just that. It's all kinds of fucking weird things that people are saying are possible long-term effects of COVID. One population of COVID sufferers say now they have a disease that causes them to need money from the government. What's the disease? A lack of money from the government. Right. I mean, ultimately, the only thing that we can and should do is let it run its course. You know? Like, despite the fact that there was this horrific campaign of mindless, irrational, unjustified assertions of totally lawless authority by multiple parties all across the world, despite that, Sheila's whole family still got it. So, didn't work. Most scientists who think intelligently about it, anyway, believe that COVID swept through all of California before there was the whole COVID announcement thing. But most people didn't have any symptoms of it, and people didn't recognize for what it was. It was just cold. They didn't go to the doctor. Right. Oliver Linehan articulates it well. The U.S. can do one of two dumb things, possibly. You could make arguments that both these things are dumb. They could completely lock down and prevent COVID, or they could do nothing and allow COVID. You might argue that both of the things are dumb. But what's double dumb is mostly locking down and not preventing COVID. Apparently, you ain't immune to the COVID. Mm-mm. Mm. Mm. You may be immune to saying no to tequila. Are you immune to that? You had COVID in November 2019? Yeah, I think I had it in February 2020. So that's not that far from then. My grandpa was, out of all of us, surprisingly, Iwi says, I've never gotten COVID, but I'm very certain I would not end up in the hospital. Me too. It's like, I can't imagine. I have to be really, really sick to choose to go to the hospital. By and large, what are they going to do? You know, it's like, you got a cold or even a super bad cold, which is what COVID is, a super bad cold, maybe, in some instances. It is the coronavirus, so it is the cold virus, so it is appropriate to call it a super bad cold. It's not misnaming it at all. The whole job site in San Francisco was sick with a weird chest thing 2019 summer. So it's like the cows have all left the barn, and all these random authorities around the world go, quick, put up fences around everybody to keep the cows in. Cows are all long gone. I didn't notice any loss of sense of smell, but not the sort of thing I really pay attention to. Or it's the sort of thing that if I did notice it, I probably wouldn't have made a note of it enough to remember it. I mean, pretty much every cold I get, I lose my sense of smell while I have the cold, right? Maybe it persists a little bit longer. I don't think, I mean, it's not implausible that China would release a biological weapon. It's not completely implausible, especially if you haven't backed into a corner. But I don't think they take the initiative and do that. It's just, you know, there's so much interconnectedness too. They're kind of killing the golden goose, you know. Of course, they may not quite understand that either. It's hard to say. Well, I'm just saying, it is absolutely not implausible that China, who's notorious for doing really awful shit. See you, Soulful. Thanks for coming in. Is notorious for doing super awful shit and doesn't operate under an individualist frame, which means they don't respect rights at all, and who's clearly very imperialistic in their aims. In other words, they're out to expand. It is conceivable that they would use such a weapon. But so I would say, okay, but that's always been a possibility, and it's not something we've fretted about historically. We fret about it now because of an accidental release. But I don't think there's any reason to believe that the Chinese release of COVID was intentional. It was an accidental lab release, seems to be the most logically supported hypothesis or conclusion to draw. Okay, so that is not a good indication that we are therefore closer to intentional release. That's a bit of a leap of logic there. So if you remember how you felt about this 5 years ago, remember the situation hasn't changed in those 5 years. Maybe China's become more aggressive in general, but their capacity to use biological weapons hasn't changed. Not dramatically. They've always had them. I mean, if in fact they intentionally released it, that would in fact seem to be a logical conclusion to draw, or perhaps they would only inoculate or immunize party members or something like that because they got more population than they know what to do with. Who knows? China is capable of that. Absolutely. To deny that China is capable of something like that is to close your eyes to reality. But to say that we have some particular reason to think that they released this virus intentionally is to choose to focus too much on the ability of China to do wicked and the history of them doing wicked, and too little on the actual evidence that in this instance it was an accident. So even though it's conceivable that China would have released this intentionally, all the evidence points to the fact, and I was saying this when everyone was saying it was natural still, okay? I said it was probably natural for a little bit, and I said, well, let me look into it. Well before the mainstream media came around, I was saying this is an accidental lab release from Wuhan. And the reason is because that's what the data most supports, even factoring in China's certain moral willingness to engage in such a thing. So I think you're jumping to some conclusions here, Boba Fett. I mean, I think lots of China shit is definitely not an accident, but this one was. If you got to look at all the specifics of the case. You dig deep, do a lot of research. You'll end up agreeing with me. I know, Yui. I know. Now it's just getting depressing. One of my number one goals as president is going to be to make it clear that we stand with Taiwan and Hong Kong, and that I'm not sure exactly what approach we're going to take. We'll have to see how things play out, but that the U.S. has decided to draw a line in the sand, and we are not going to permit China to infect Taiwan and Hong Kong with its disease called arbitrary irrational autocracy. I only wear a mask when I have to. I mean, the thing is, when a store says no mask on service, I have no choice but to respect the store's decision. Although I know really it's not really the store's decision, but I give them the benefit of the doubt that the store chose that, and it's their business, and I need to respect their rules because it's their property. But when I'm outside, I don't. Even if there are laws about it, I don't even know if there are. I haven't really looked into it. And in stores where you don't have to, I don't. So you can tell if a store, if you have to or not, by whether the cashier and stuff are wearing masks. Well, I mean, around here, Sheila, you will definitely be asked to put on a mask in most places. You won't be allowed to get 10 feet in the store before someone goes, excuse me, can you go get your mask on, please? And if you said, no, I'm fine, and just walked past them, you'd be escorted out by security around here still. But, I mean, it's It's a tragedy, is what it is. It's a tragedy that, hysteria allowed arbitrary bullshit to rule the day regarding what people should and should not do, what people have to do. The last 2 restaurants we've eaten at, it was really obvious. The wait staff are extremely glad to be back at work. They're really, they're so extra effy and just like, they really seem to be super happy to be there. So the educated Chinese citizens are hard to debate with. Caleb P., you want to see how Chinese nationals debate? I have a video called Taiwan something, whatever, in which has shit tons and shit tons of comments from Chinese nationals, all making the same stupid arguments about their did I take it down because she was a minor? I might have taken it down because she was a minor. Let me see. Let me look if maybe I just have it unlisted or something. Oh, it's here. Talking with faith. So, here's the link. But I will read you some comments from Chinese nationals, okay? They're all the same. Like this one. Not a fair battle. Student versus teacher. Just like normal people versus professional boxer. Normal people will lose no matter who is right. If some U.S. state want independent, can they? If U.S. black people want independent, can they do it? If I live in U.S., I tell U.S. I don't want to be faced to follow U.S. law. I want my freedom. Can I do it? Some of the China ones. Or like this. The logic is so simple, I don't understand why you do not see it. If mainland China has no say about Taiwan, then the U.S. has no say about China. So obviously it's not okay for the U.S. to interfere in China's affairs. Funny logic, huh? Not to mention that the logic suits the U.S. more than it suits China because U.S. and China are different countries, whereas mainland and Taiwan are the same country. They're both part of China according to their constitutions. I mean, the thing is, of course, he's begging the question, right? I'm saying mainland China needs to stop trying to take over Taiwan. And he's saying, if you're saying China should stay out of Taiwan's affairs, then the U.S. should stay out of China's affairs. And since Taiwan's part of China, then the U.S. should stay out of our decision to deal with Taiwan as we want, which is just totally begging the question and ridiculous. here's this return handle guy again saying it's just all in the interest of the U.S., not because it's right or something. Ay. A lot of them were taken down, I think. A lot of the more crazy one of the more crazy ones, I guess. It has a lot of comments. It used to get regular comments consistently. I guess at some point it stopped getting in the algorithm. Probably because it's got a student in it. All right. I'm going to split. I'm tired. It's 11:11. That's 4 ones. That's one too many ones. So, I mean, cigarettes, if you did it per capita, I suspect it would be silent generation. COVID is a fraud. I mean, it's not a fraud. It's a real thing. It's like, if you really oppose COVID policy, then try not to say stupid things. No, it's real. It's a real disease. But, you know, provocateurs like to come in and say stupid ass shit. Well, it's a distinct virus, a distinct form of the coronavirus. Okay? There really isn't any disputing that. I've looked into it. The problem is, it's a mountain made out of a molehill. Now, it's a mountain made out of a fairly big molehill, maybe. Okay? So in other words, it may be a somewhat larger molehill than most molehills, but and maybe from a distance when people first looked at it, it looked like a looming mountain. But as they got closer to it, they kept insisting it was a looming mountain rather than recognizing that increasingly it was a molehill. I think I had it too. He wasn't blocked, he was timed out. I didn't mind him timing him out. It's like, I'm pretty sure Kevin Victor didn't even believe anything he's saying. He's just being provocative. So you can get tested to see if you had it. Huh. I mean, I'll probably end up getting the vaccine because I suspect there will be, but it gives me an argument if I need it, which is I'm vaccinated, so fuck off, you know. I don't know. I'd have to look into it more. From what I can tell, the vaccines seem to be well, there's the Pfizer vaccine. I mean, the stats on COVID seem to be going down, but that could just be natural, it naturally running its course, and all this stuff could just be theater, you know, no impact at all. But the fact that the vaccines are at least genuine attempts to vaccinate people against this this virus shouldn't be any dispute. That's just like, but what Boba Fett's saying that it's a placebo vaccine. That's just completely nonsense. It's completely unwarranted. There's no way that the vaccine makers passed out ones that they knew did nothing. It's just, it's too high scrutiny on the people who got on it first, right? Well, I mean, you can suspend all sorts of stuff in a saline solution. Well, look, I'm not accustomed to getting vaccines and stuff like that and shots and stuff, besides the childhood vaccines I got when I was a kid. I've never gotten any flu shots, not because I think they're risky or bad or anything. I just think I'm not going to get the flu. And if I do, I get the flu. You know. My justification for not taking for taking the vaccine is purely practical. I suspect at some point it will have practical benefits. In fact, it already does. There are some like baseball stadiums that give discounted tickets to people who've been vaccinated. So I might decide I need to get it for practical reasons. They may implement a you can't fly without the vaccine rule or something like that. Do I think that's just? No, absolutely not. Is that an area where I'm going to engage in civil disobedience? No, I'd probably just get the vaccine. I'm not worried about the vaccine killing me, nor am I worried about the vaccine causing blood clots or whatever. Granted, if I were to actually go get it, I would research it more before I went to go get it. And if there were choices for vaccines, I'd research them all and I'd determine which one was the best one to take. But I would do so with complete confidence, both that the vaccine does what it's supposed to do, at least for some stretch of time, at least in most people who get it, and that it's very unlikely to do me any harm, because that's what all the evidence shows. So, I mean, is it sketchier than a normal? Is it sketchier than a normal vaccine that's been tested for years? Well, sure. Everything new and untested is a little sketchier than shit that's been old and tested for a long time. Did they rush this to market? Yeah. I mean, they kind of put themselves in a position where they had to, because when you shut down the world economy waiting for a vaccine, one better come out, you know? So getting the vaccine makes you feel bad for a day? My dad didn't feel bad. He's got the vaccine. He's got both shots. He didn't feel anything. And he said he didn't notice anything at all. So well, I mean, the thing to condemn is people putting her on a ventilator. That's not a good idea for people who have COVID. It's been proven to kill them. So that's sort of malpractice by the doctors if it's COVID. Well, Sheila, good news for you. I'm not planning on getting pregnant. So if I do take the vaccine, I won't miscarry. No, I didn't hear about that. What's Plague Inc? It's a video game? A video game that you play with your video brain? You know, I mean, there are a lot of bad things in the world that make me sad. A lot of sad things in the world that make me feel bad. And a lot of glad things in the world that relieve those bad and sad feelings. But no matter what you're bad, sad, or glad about, you should always remember this. It's okay. Everything will be fine. You know, people always forget that. Everything will be fine. After all, everything's been fine heretofore. Everything will be fine. All the treasures will be mine. All your wishes will come true. Now that I'm with you. Okay? Does that help you feel better? I think it does. pretty good rhythm. Maybe I should try to work on a song out of that. I like the way that it goes. G, B, C, G, B, C, G, C, B, E, A, G, A, B, C, D, D. Maybe an E flat even. Before we're going back into. I think you see where I'm getting with that. I'm talking about the wonderful world of living. But what song did I learn just the other day? So I could play it with Rachel. Pucker's Heart Lemon Squeeze. I learned how to play Pucker's Heart Lemon Squeeze. I've got to play that. Did I write it down? I don't think I wrote it down. Fucking goddamn it, Eric. I didn't write it down, huh? Fucking stupid ass Eric. Set. Oops. Set. Go back list. Hasn't been changed since February 4th. Obviously, I didn't write it down. But I should be able to remember it pretty quickly. International delight, favorites go to red and eyes. International like it. I'm so busy like a Alright, I remember it now. Here we go. Oh, well, he's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, so it will be a while till you see him again. He's pucker tart, lemon squeeze, friend to you and me. International. Fucking goddamn it, I can't remember it. I should have written it down. Pucker tart, lemon squeeze, friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, 'cause he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till you see him again. Pucker tart, lemon squeeze, friend to you and me. International delight, favorite right hand go-to guys. International like him, and he's also busy like his friend Beaver Bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee, and busy as a beaver, and much more busier than pucker tart lemon squeeze. Oh, well, he's pucker tart lemon squeeze. Ba-da-da-doo-ba-ba-ba-doo. Pucker tart lemon squeeze. Ba-ba-doo-dee-ba-ba-ba-doo. Pucker tart lemon squeeze. Ba-ba-doo-dee-ba-ba-ba-doo. Ba-ba-doo-dee-ba-ba-ba-doo. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. That's not what I was looking for. Oh, well, he's pucker tart lemon squeeze. This guy, as you can see, yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till you see him again. He's pucker tart lemon squeeze, friend to you and me, international delight, favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him, and he is also busy like his friend Beaver Bee, busiest creature, busy as a bee and busy as a beaver, and much more busier than pucker tart lemon squeeze. Because he's pucker tart lemon squeeze. Ba-ba-dee-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker tart lemon squeeze. Ba-ba-dee-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo-dee. Pucker tart lemon squeeze. Ba-ba-dee-dee-ba-ba-ba-doo-dee. Ba-ba-dee-dee-ba-ba-ba-doo-dee. Ba-ba-dee-dee-da. Oh, well, he's pucker tart lemon squeeze, friendliest guy that you will see. Yeah, he wants to be your friend, 'cause he comes from around the bend, so it will be a while till you see him again. He's pucker tart lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's international delights, favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him, but he's also busy like his friend, the beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee, busy as a beaver, and much more busier than pucker tart lemon squeeze. Yes, he's pucker tart lemon squeeze. Shabba-doo-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker tart lemon squeeze. Ba-ba-doo-dee-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Lemon squeeze. Ba-ba-doo-dee-da-ba-ba-doo-dee. Pucker tart lemon squeeze. Ba-ba-doo-dee-ba-ba-ba-doo-dee. Ba-ba-doo-dee-ba-ba. Ba-ba-doo-dee-ba. Pucker tart lemon squeeze. So now I had to play it a few times because I had to try to remember it. I eventually remember it. So I don't really need to write it down. Next time I'm going to say, God damn it, last time, Eric, why didn't you write it down? Thanks. I'm going to play one more song and then call it a night. I'm going to play I'm So Sad song. Just brooding here won't do any good, but brooding's more and more my style. I seek the simple ways of living like we should, as I've been stuck here a while. That's despite my natural selfishness, which makes it easy to have fun. But flutters in the gut become a fist as all my visions come undone. God, I guess I have to look at the music. I guess I don't have memorized yet. Fucking Eric. This SI4 thing is just such a pain in the ass. Like a non-stop pain in the ass. I think I had the thing memorized, but I guess not. Well, that's what they call failure, Eric. It's your constant companion. You remember it. Failure? Oh, right. Yeah, failure. My constant companion. Just brooding here won't do any good, but brooding's more and more my style. I seek the cheery ways of standing where we stood, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. That's despite a natural selfishness that makes it easy to have fun. But flutters in the gut become a fist as all my visions come undone. I tried to stream, distract, and dream the afternoon away, but heavy new realities are breaking every day, and for a bit I am out of it, for reasons still unsaid. Still I need get out of me what is inside my head. It seems like everybody's so sensitive and ready to just get mad. I seek the civil ways of living like a kid, 'cause who wants to be the dad? Have we lost our sense of scope and scale, our capacity to laugh, the sense to know when not to wail, and how to tip the golden calf? I tried to stream, distract, and dream the afternoon away, but heavy new realities are breaking every day, and for a bit I am out of it, for reasons still unsaid. Still I need get out of me what's inside my head. Boom, 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 boom. But still I'm sad, so sad for me, sad for her unhappily. What you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone. Yeah, still I'm sad, so sad for me, sad for her unhappily. What you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone. And so I'm sad, still I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily. And what you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone. I'm gonna pork you with my bone. The subtitle of that song. I'm gonna pork you with my bone. Did I say one more song? Well, obviously, that means I can't just play one more song, because that would be following through my plan, which I never seem to want to do. So, 30,000 days, too many expectations, not even worth a damn. 30,000 nights to sleep off the intoxication, otherwise you won't escape the plan. God damn it. Otherwise you won't escape the plan. I wasted half my days trying another's ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody who knows the key? 'Cause I think I'm doing it wrong. Want direction and have all along. Wait until I know. Or is that just hesitation. Clarity's no good once your chance is gone. What I need to show is it's so below my station. I'm tired of doing it wrong. I wasted half my days trying another's ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody who knows the key? 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. Yeah, I think I'm doing this wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm doing this wrong. Doing this song. I like the ending. That was nice. Well done, Eric. Good job. Good job, big guy. You're getting better. Pretty soon, you'll be able to play with the big boys. You think? Maybe another 50 years. That's all you got to do. Practice for another 50 years. Well, that seems not so bad. All things considered, I do like practicing. Too much noise in the data stream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Frustrations mean mistakes are made until it seems everybody's throwing shade. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No one willing still to lend a day. Your uncertainty's implicit, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. You're not pretty good, really. Not so bad. Better than the worst thing ever. Which, well, it's better than the worst thing ever, I guess. It's less than worst. What's your goal? Less than worst. So that means worse than worst? No, better than worst. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't enter? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. That's kind of sloppy, but I tried my best. Your best isn't good enough, Eric. Stop sucking. Sorry. You're right. El Nino, my ass. You call those storms? Where is the rain? Drizzles don't count, I drizzle more. When I pee in the sink, which is just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. When I'm done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. I will go up there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Mr. Cloud, drop it on the bottom from me. That's a pretty tight rendition. Very, very end, I fucked up with a little teeny bit. But you know, who doesn't fuck up a little teeny bit every now and again? We need to know. We need to know. We need to know. We need to see. We need to bend. A logic to life we decisively unlike, and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged at how they miss the sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities into an heartache and misery, far necessarily from the savage way. Insulting Carson and Desiree is stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Julie shares now her limits. appreciate for 4 minutes. You just can't share things like they do. Judy always thought that she should have bought 2 when she had the chance to buy. Julie soon forgot about should have not, although she ought to recall that she'll die. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they missed a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities tend to win heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Karsten and Desiree, we're stuck in such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Kaboom! That's the explosion. The explosion that makes everybody die. The end of the world. No good comes from skating on with them immune mistaken for the one. Habituated defense and indecency, self-inflicted eventually once your search is done. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed, "You're a worthless cunt." My words as wrong as they were dumb. I earned my share of shame. It's each of our own failings, not us doing the trailing to the wall. We fear so the others sailing off to set their life and all. You can trust me, I can trust you. We can trust ourselves, so true. The love lies deep between you and me. At least about that we can both agree. Driving in the car last night, we had a massive fight. Each insisting we were right and the other one to blame. So when you pulled that stunt, I screamed something awfully blunt. My words as wrong as they were dumb. I earned my share of shame. My share of shame. As you can tell, my voice is kind of shot. I don't have much singing voice left. But I think I have enough singing voice left for this one. Spooky, huh? Spooky. Santa Ana's from the east are blowing, driving on this mountain fire. Santa Ana's from the east are blowing, driving on this mountain fire. Grant and Atlanta, I don't normally play it up there. Santa Ana's from the east are blowing, driving on this mountain fire. Grant and Atlanta had best be going. They'd cut it down to the wire. Everywhere apocalypse hung heavy. Truck was piled up with ash. Atlanta got the dogs in the Chevy, and Grant Canada their petty cash. If times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky. As the dog knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. Seems like I need to make it a little smaller here. Lana stays awake to cry. 120 out with Labor Day, and that means cooking meat outdoors. Cook it outdoors. Distracted and fire got away. From Bradford to Arcadia, they curse his name. Fire chased them west and down the incline until they reached the foothills below. They found a room cheap for the night online. At least now they had somewhere to go. Tomorrow they'd evaluate their options, now that their life had burned away. Lana's sister has a place in Laughlin. Really wasn't any more to say. If times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky. While the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. If time is ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky. While the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. Yeah, while the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. Well, I'm a terrible disaster of a human being. Why? Because I just can't seem to ever get anything all the way perfectly right, you know? Like, rarely do I nail something. If I were to play a set live, I probably only nailed one of the songs. I'd fuck up every other song. I've practiced the song so many times, it doesn't matter. Well, I guess it's because of this. Some folk call me a rambling man, cause I do a lot of thumbing and I get hands, and I won't be one answer good to call me names. My daddy wasn't Willie Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, cause I ain't got much to lose but lost the game. You might call me a good time fella. I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, no part of anything they giving. Proud and white and want my song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. White boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy and around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, cause that's the kind of soul gonna pay my flame. I'm a blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready, so I got to work just to be somebody. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. Proud and white, got my song to sing. Yeah, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Because I don't want no handout living, don't want to put anything they're giving. I'm proud of mine, I got my music. I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. You might call me a rambling man, cause I do love thumbing and kicking cans, but it won't do an ounce of good to call me names. I'm old man and Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto. White boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no applause. I ain't got much to lose, but life's a game. I might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, no more than part of anything they give me. Proud and white, and I got my song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get hit, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get hit, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small thing boy, not a little, like guitar and I like a fiddle, and that's the kind of soul that's fan my flame. Blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready, I got to work to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part, anything they give me. I'm proud and black, ain't got my song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you got to hump and get it. And if you don't, you better up and bet it. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do his thing. A pretty dramatic ending, huh? It's called High Drama Ending. And now I really got it in this live stream. Oh, there's 13 people here. I almost... I was shocked. Only drew away 2 people. Remarkable. Sheila W., when you say growth mindset, is that a euphemism between you and your husband for sex? My husband's in a growth mindset. Oh, honey, look at you grow. That's how I picture Sheila talking to her husband. Oh, honey. Oh, you. We are all varying degrees of shower or grower, depending on the conditions. You know, sometimes you wake up all shriveled up like a little tight ball. All things all gathered up together because maybe it's cold and all. Other times you flop around all day, banging on the side of your leg. You know, it really depends. Same thing with the scrotum. My scrotum goes from walnut to 2 golf balls in a sock. You know, let it be, let it be. Otherwise, I'll go pee. Seeking words of Miss Ham. Seeking words of Miss Ham. Let it breed. The original lyrics. All right, thank you all for being here. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And that's the best place to thank you, where's it from? See you later. I watched it. It was good. I mean, it's a pretty good video. Like, it just is an entertaining video. So, you know, there's people who hate me for no reason because I smoke weed. Really pissed me off. Goodbye, everybody. Are shrooms bad for your brain? Your brain, yes. Everybody else, you're fine, but I 300 really shouldn't do them.